dish in here that Case had told me got missed in the program, so I went and found out what he was showing.
Oh, got it up.
So she's a February 25th, so she should be the first in this class.
We should probably get people over here quickly.
What time is it? Oh, close to go time. Yeah. Very close to go time. About ready to roll? Think Case here. Judges are here. Oh, who's ringing? Yeah. Probably could, so yeah. Looks like you got one over there already. Yeah. So do you want to add this one on there too? So you know? If you can read my chicken scratch.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a
Well, test, mic test. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Angus Juniors, and welcome to the 50th annual Alberta Junior Angus Show. We start our day off with a bang and our tiny mites. Class 1. If you don't have a program, ladies and gentlemen, there are programs up here at the announcer stand. Class 1 is the tiny mite heifer calf class. 107 is the entry for Abby Freeman, LLB Evergreen 330P. 112 is an entry for Elliot Freeman, LLB Ellen Erica 127P. 103 is Edeline Schmidt with Parkview Pansy 22P. 111, the entry for Clay Revel, Murphy's Jestress 2605. The Tiny Mite heifer calf class. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the adjudicators today. We're fortunate to have with us Garrett Liebrick and Mackenzie Pageant. Garrett and Mackenzie have been actively involved in the beef industry from a young age as part of their family's operations, Merritt Cattle Company and Golden Oak Livestock, respectively. Their summers are spent around the Angus breed, spending countless hours in the barn, at home, and at junior shows throughout the summer. They have a strong appreciation for quality cattle and the relationships built within the industry. Together, Garrett and Mackenzie remain passionate about the Angus business. Their experiences in the show ring and around seed stock operations have shaped the eye for cattle that combine structural integrity, phenotype, and real-world functionality. Garrett and Mackenzie are excited to be here today and look forward to judging this 50th annual Alberta Junior Angus Show. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd just like to thank you all for having us out here to sort through some Angus cattle today. What better way to start off the show than with these tiny mites? These young kids are just doing a fantastic job into the cattle. This young lady's heifer that we're going to go ahead and use the wind and just go puts a lot of good things together. She's a mile long, she's deep-sided, she's really well balanced, holds herself together on the move, and is very fresh in her condition. We like that. Really a good-looking heifer to go ahead and win the class. If you like a little extra power and stoutness, our young lady's heifer in second is the one for you. She's got a shot more bone, shot more shape out back through her hip. Love the power of this heifer. One that just gets a little bit plainer in the way she's designed, a little deeper chested, a little coarser jointed, but a real nice heifer that's going to make a heck of a power cow for that young lady. Excuse me. Our young lady's heifer coming in next is one that's got a real bright future to her. She's long and soft-sided. Really like the angle of that one's hip. Just gets a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle pattern, a little bit plainer about her head and her neck, but a really nice heifer for that young lady. Our young man showing the wheels off this heifer that's rounding off the class. He's got one that's a mile long. She's stout, she's sound, one that's just a little bit shallower in terms of the way she's put together, but a real nice set of heifers. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
In Class 1, our Tiny Mite heifer calves. First place goes to Abby Freeman. Second in class, Elliot Freeman. Third was Edeline Schmidt. And fourth in class, Clay Ravel. We now move to Class 2, the yearling heifers and our Tiny Mites with yearling heifers. First in, we have show number 106, and that's Salem Dietrich with Red Rich Haley, 183N. Followed by 108, the entry for Dawson McGowan with McGowan Pride, 3N. 110 is an entry for Ivy Elliott, Belvin Georgina, 128.25. The Tiny Mite yearling heifer class.
Well, just 3 bred heifers in this Tiny Mites class. Our young lady's red heifer that goes ahead and wins just does so from a balance and freshness perspective. This is one that you really like from the side. She travels sound and smooth off all 4 corners. She's a mile long. Really like how soft-sided she is. She's deep and maternal in the way she's put together. Got a real nice look up front. Now, she isn't quite the stoutest of the bunch, and that's where I like the black heifer that's standing right in front of her. She's good-footed. She's stout and square on all 4 corners. Got a shot of extra rib shape, a little more muscle to her than that heifer ahead of her. Just gets a little bit plainer in the design of that shoulder. Gets a little upright in the angle of that shoulder. Gets a little higher in terms of her tail head, but a real nice heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young lady. Our young man's heifer on the end is one with a lot of good. This is one that's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone. She's a mile long. She's long-hipped. Really like the way she utilizes her hind leg on the go. Just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her head and her neck, down in through her chest, and like to see her just a shot more true in terms of her rib shape. But what a great set of heifers. Let's give these kids a big hand.
In our Tiny Mite Yearling Heifer class, first place was 106, the entry for Salem Dietrich. Second in class goes to Ivy Elliott, and third in class was Dawson McGowan. We'll bring back the top 2 heifer calves from the previous class and the top 2 yearlings from this class for our Grand Champion Tiny Mite Drive. We welcome in that champion drive, and so from our Tiny Mite Heifer Calf class, our champion heifer calf 107, the entry for Abby Freeman, LLB Evergreen 330P. Second in that class was 112, the entry for Elliot Freeman, LLB Ellen Erica 127P. From the previous class, our champion Tiny Mite Yearling Heifer 106, the entry for Salem Dietrich, Red Rich Haley 183N. And our reserve champion Tiny Mite Yearling Heifer, entry 110 for Ivy Elliott, Belvin Georgina 128.25. This is your Tiny Mite Champion Drive. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't found a program, there are programs available up here at the announcer stand.
Well, a fun way to start off the day with these Tiny Mites. These kids are out here just doing a tremendous job. Brought a really nice set of heifers out in front of us. With that being said, Mackenzie will go get you a champion, reserve champion Tiny Mite.
Grand Champion Tiny Mite, the heifer calf for Abby Freeman, LLB Evergreen 330P. And your other heifer calf goes reserve champion Tiny Mite to Elliot Freeman with LLB Ellen Erica 127P. So in our Tiny Mite division, the 2 heifer calves go grand and reserve grand champion. We now move to our peewees, ladies and gentlemen, and we have 2 splits of heifer calves. So this Class 3, the first split of peewee heifer calves, we have an addition to your program. The first in is Alec Berry with H-Pass Royal Rosie 71P. That heifer calf was born February 25th. Followed by 217, the entry for Temperance Sorensen and Penelope. 210 is the entry for Nick and Yakimchuk, Red Rich Maggie, 169P. 211, the entry for Alita Morrison, Brooking Beauty, 6105. 207 is the entry for Raleigh Fisher, Avalon Pride, 707P. 202, the entry for Otto Schmidt, Parkview Miss Erica, 10P. 209 is an entry for Arrow Wilson, Sarah No Good Eye. 204 is the entry for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence, 47P. This is the first of 2 splits of peewee heifer calves.
Well, a really high-end set of Pee-wee heifer calves out here. These kids are all doing a fantastic job, and we've got 3 exceptional individuals at the front end of this class, and I think you can flip them around whichever way you see fit. But for us, this young lady's heifer calf that goes ahead and wins is kind of the total package. She's built really good from the ground up. Really love the angle of this one's shoulder, like the way she utilizes her knee. A perfect hip and hind leg design. Really gets out and goes exceptionally well. Very beautiful in the shape of her head and her neck. Big-bodied, stout, really good heifer to go ahead and win. We get a little extra shot of power in this heifer coming in second. One with a little bit more shape out through her hip. Got a really nice carriage to her front end. Really bold in terms of her rib cage. A little extra foot and bone underneath her. Just gets a little bit coarser in the way she moves. She pulls up just a nickel in terms of her spine and gets outside of herself just a little bit as she goes. But that's a power heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young man down the road. Our young lady in the pink shirt's got a heifer that's incredibly impressive at the standstill. This is one that's super good looking up front. Really elevated in terms of the way she gets around. Really like the extra body that this one has. She's an absolute mile long, really long through her hip. She gets out and travels well. Just has a nickel extra set to that hind leg, but a really, really neat heifer that's got a tremendously bright future to stand third. We get into a really well-made heifer coming in fourth, one that's just built right. She's good-footed, she's stout, she's sound, one that just doesn't quite have the extras of those heifers in front of her in terms of a little extra look and having a little extra frame size, but a really nice heifer to stand in fourth. Our young man's red heifer coming in next is one that's just really good in the way she's put together. This is a big-footed, stout-ended kind of a female, one that's bold and true in the way she's put together. Just gets a little bit coarser in terms of her head and her neck, a little bit plainer in her design, but that's a heck of a power cow for that young man. Our young lady's black heifer coming in next is one that's got a lot of good to her, too. She's long, she's sound, really soft-sided, one that just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her chest and a little bit flatter in terms of her design. Our young man's red heifer coming in next is one with a tremendous amount of future. She's youthful in her kind, she's long and she's fresh, one that just doesn't quite have the horsepower of those ones in front of her today. Our young lady rounding us off has got one with a tremendous amount of length. She gets out and moves, just needs to be a nickel softer for her to go any higher. What a good set of heifers for these kids. Let's give them a hand.
In split 1 of your Pee-wee heifer calves, first place goes to 204, the entry for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P. Second in class 209 for Errol Wilson, Sarah No Good Eye. Third in class was Alita Morrison. Fourth in class, Otto Schmidt. Fifth was Nick and Yakimchuk. Sixth place was Raleigh Fisher. Seventh was Alec Berry. And eighth in class, Temperance Sorensen. We move now to split 2, the second and final split of Pee-wee heifer calves. Led in by 218, the entry for Wasey Fisher, Araya. Followed by 215 for Ames Wilson, DMM Miss Essence 19P. 205, the entry for Maverick Hunker, DMM Georgina 7P. 216 is the entry for Dalton Doran, DCC Blackcap May 47P. Your second and final split of Pee-wee heifer calves. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also fortunate to have with us here today Kaylee Brandel from Brandel Creative, and Kaylee's pictures of the show will all be up on our website. So juniors, make sure you take a look at all of the photos that Kaylee will have to share with us. We're also fortunate to have with us today our Angus ambassador, Mr. Cletus Sen, so make sure you find Cletus and have a chat with him. Great to have him here today, our Angus ambassador. Also a big thank you to the 3 ladies who are performing our ring duties today. Thanks to Ange Rancier, Jill Mater and Rochelle Robertson. So thank you to those ladies for keeping our ring going smoothly.
Simple when I'm changing lane. I ain't going back. No, I ain't going back. No, I won't go back to where I've been before. Living hungry, broken, cold, but life's an open road. Gonna go out with my foot down on the floor. That's why I never look back in my rearview mirror. Nothing there but more of the same. No, I never look back in my rearview mirror. Never simple when I'm changing lanes. Oh, when you've been in trouble and you don't know where to go, to stand up tall and haul your heavy load. Honey, you and I can find a windy road less traveled and leave behind this wicked world of woe. That's why I never look back.
Again, a really nice class of Pee-wee heifer calves out here, and there's a real nice front end of these calves. For us, this young cowboy here has got one that just screams power cow. Awesome footed, really like how she hits the ground and travels, really long-sided, really bold and true in terms of her rib cage, really like how good she is in terms of her heart and her forerib. Awesome hip and hind leg design. That heifer's got a heck of a future in the pasture, that's for sure. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one that's just tremendously long and incredibly bold and got a tremendous amount of volume in terms of her rib cage. She's a mile long. She's long through her hooks, through her pins. Really like the way she gets around. Just a little bit flatter sided compared to that heifer that goes ahead and wins the class. Our young man's heifer coming in third is one that's just a little bit better looking. She's prettier about her head and her neck. Really like the volume of this one's rib cage. Just like to modify the way she utilizes that hip and hind leg just a little bit for her to go any higher. Our young lady's roan heifer rounding off the class is one with a tremendous amount of good. She's big framed, big outline, really good looking up front, stout hip when you get in behind her, really fresh in her presentation. One we just like to soften up just a nickel for her to climb the ladder any higher today. But what a really nice class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
In this second split of Pee Wee heifer calves, first place goes to Ames Wilson with DMM Miss Essence 19P. Second in class, 216 for Dalton Doran, DCC Black Cap May 47P. Third in class was Maverick Hunker. Fourth in class, Wasey Fisher. That brings us then to the Pee Wee Champion heifer calf drive. We'll bring in the top two from each of the two splits. So returning from split one, first place there was 204 for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P. Second in that split, 209 for Errol Wilson, Sarah No Good Eye. And from the previous split, first place, 215 for Ames Wilson, DMM Miss Essence 19P. Second in that split was 216 for Dalton Doran, DCC Black Cap May 47P. This is your Pee Wee overall champion heifer calf drive.
Heel toe, dosey do, swing your partner, here we go, kicking up beers, dust off the kitchen floor.
These Pee Wees have sure brought us a really nice set of heifer calves all throughout those first two classes, and really impressed with the job they're doing on these cattle, their presentation, the way they're handling them out here. With that being said, Mackenzie will get you a champion, reserve champion in this division.
Pass another bottle of your mama's whiskey now. 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 Why?
Your Pee Wee champion heifer calf comes from split one, Jensen Jacobs with DMM Miss Essence 47P. And the reserve champion Pee Wee heifer calf from split two for Ames Wilson, DMM Miss Essence 19P. We'll see those champion and reserve champion Pee Wee heifer calves back in the champion Pee Wee drive just a little later. Moving to Class 5, the Pee Wee Bull Calf class. 220 is the entry for Emily Richards, Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60P. Followed by 212, an entry for Jameson Hunker, DMM Johnny Cage, 93P. 216 is the entry for Dalton Doran, DCC Jet 66P. And 202 is the entry for Otto Schmidt, Parkview Ponderosa 5P, your Pee Wee Bull Calf class. Once again, Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, there still are some programs available up here at the announcer stand if you haven't yet picked one up. If you look on the inside page of your front cover of your program, we have a thank you there to all the 2026 sponsors. The Platinum sponsors, Kamala Farms and Hatcheries, Alberta Angus, Murray Ranches, Brandel Fabrication, Davis Reardon, DLMS. Thank you to all those sponsors. The Gold sponsors, Sundown Transplants, Peterson Livestock, Fleming Stock Farm, Lazy MC Cattle Company, Doran Marketing, Double F Farms Limited. Thank you to all of those sponsors that make this 50th annual show possible.
We've got a few really, really nice bull calves out here in this Pee Wee class. Our young man's black bull that goes ahead and wins is pretty unique in the way he's put together. He's got a masculine skull. Really like how proud he is in terms of his crest. Really good in terms of the angle of his shoulder. Like the way he hits the ground. He's bold in terms of his rib cage and shapely out back through his hip into his quarter and his stifle. That's a really neat bull that's got a bright future ahead. Our young man's red bull is one that's just a herd bull in the making. This is one that's stout-skulled, big-footed. Really like the way he gets around. He's bold-bodied and he's stout out through his hip. Really like the the stage he's at in terms of his maturity. Gets a little bit quicker in terms of his pattern, a little bit shorter cannon, but that's a really neat bull to go ahead and stand second. We get into one with a ton of frame and stretch coming in third, one that's just a mile long. He's got a tremendous amount of good. He's long and deep-sided. He gets out and travels very comfortably. This is one we just need to stouten up a nickel, make him a little bit bolder in terms of his rib cage, give him a shot more muscle to go any higher. Our young lady rounding us off has got one with a tremendous amount of future ahead of him. He's real fresh in the way he's presented. He's long. He's good in terms of his spine. He's stout enough when you get in behind him. Just not quite at 12 o'clock for us today, but what a real nice set of bull calves. Let's give these kids a hand.
In the Pee Wee Bull Calf class, the champion Pee Wee Bull Calf goes to Jamison Hunker, DMM Johnny Cage, 93P. Reserve champion Pee Wee Bull Calf, Dalton Doran with DCC Jet, 66P. Third in class was Otto Schmidt. Fourth, Emily Richards. Moving now to Class 6, our Pee Wee Yearling Heifer class. And our yearling heifers include the entry 219 for Tell Harvey, CMFM Time to Shine, N18. 206 is an entry for Wrigley Dietrich, Red Rich Haley, 183N. 218, the entry for Wasey Fisher, PLC Queen, 411N. 213 is an entry for Elena McGowan, Red Elf 34 Yasmin 521N. 208, the entry for Arlen Murray, Murray Christina 76N. 214 is an entry for Austin Rabel, Murphy's Missy 2504. 207, the entry for Raleigh Fisher, Avalon Pride 707N. Your Pee Wee Yearling Heifer class. If you once again refer to the inside cover in your program, we would like to recognize some more sponsors. Our judging sponsor, Miller Wilson. What a great evening of judging out there at Miller Wilson. Thank you to them. Thank you to our banner sponsor, Compass Creative. Buckle sponsors, thanks to them. They include OBI, Diamond Tea, Borison Marketing Services, Lewis Farms, Redrich Farms, Cudlobe Angus, Pole Land and Cattle, Terron Farms, and Belvin Angus. Our silver sponsors, thank you to Bashaw Meats and Sausage, all the great meals we've enjoyed the last couple days. Thank you to Brandel Cattle Company, Rivercrest Angus, Arta Farms, and Freeway Angus, Northern Angus Club, and Alberta Beef Producers. So let's have a round of applause for all those sponsors.
We got a really nice set of bred heifers out here for these peewees. Our young man in the cowboy hat with this black heifer, she's got one that's really unique. She's super striking on the stand. She's beautiful about her head and her skull. Really like the way she ties it high out of the top side of that shoulder. Really like the angle of that shoulder. She's bold and true in her rib cage. Really like her hip and hind leg design. That's a heck of a heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class. We get into a little bit of a tighter decision here in second and third. We opted to go with a little power cow here in this red one for this young lady. This is one that's just really sound and practical in the way she's put together. She gets out and travels smooth and square off all four corners. Bold and stout in terms of her rib cage. Really like the width from the ground up. That's a really nice heifer for that young lady. If you want one that's a little bit better looking and a little softer sided, I'll listen to you on this black heifer. She's really neat looking up front. This young man did a heck of a job getting her presented to us today. She's soft sided. She looks really striking from the side. When you get in behind her, you just got to make her a little bit stouter in terms of her pin set, give her a shot more muscle, and square her up just a nickel on her hocks. But that's a really nice heifer. That young man's doing a heck of a job. Got a really nice red heifer coming in next, one that's really sound and fresh for us today. Really like the rib shape. She's soft-sided. She's correct in terms of her angles. Just gets a little bit narrower in terms of her rib cage. She falls off right in there behind her shoulder. Like make her just a notch stouter for her to go any higher. Our young man's black heifer coming in next is one that's really good in terms of her rib cage. She's stout and good in terms of her heart and her forerib. Just gets a little bit plainer in the way she's put together. A little bit lower tying, a little shorter neck, but a real nice heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young man. Our young lady's heifer coming in next is one that's real fresh, one that gets out and travels sound and smooth, just not quite as stout and as good looking as those heifers that come ahead. And our young lady rounding us off has got one that's built kind of the same, really good in terms of her angles, sound, and really productive in her kind. Just a little bit too narrow, and like to make her a shot neater looking up front for her to go any higher. But what a good set of heifers. Let's give these peewees a hand.
In our Pee Wee Yearling Heifer class, our champion yearling heifer goes to Arlen Murray with Murray Christina 76N. Reserve champion Pee Wee Yearling heifer for Elena McGowan, Red Elf 34 Yasmin 521N. We'll see them two back on our champion drive. Third in class was Tell Harvey. Fourth, Wrigley Dietrich. Fifth, Austin Ravel. Sixth in class, Raleigh Fisher. And seventh in class, Wasey Fisher. That brings us to Class 7, our Pee Wee 2-year-old cows with natural calf at side. Entry 202 is the entry for Otto Schmidt with LLB Tibby 380M and calf Otto's Maverick 20P at side. 302, the entry for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M and calf DCC Jet 66P at side. This is the Pee Wee 2-year-old cow-calf class. I'd like to recognize some more of our sponsors. Our bronze sponsors include Avalon Angus, Loron Red Angus, Egg Plus Design, MJT Cattle Company, Rancier Farms, Golden Oak Livestock, Wilbar Cattle Company, Allison Farms, LLB Angus, Riverstone Cattle Company, Everblack Angus, Scott Stock Farm, Lucky 7 Cattle Company, Riverfront Angus Ranch, Greenwood Cattle, Toa Cattle Company, Geis Angus Farm, Matika Farms, Fairland Cattle Company, Howells Excavating Limited, Remental Farms, and Pass Cattle Company. So thank you to all of those bronze sponsors. And also our prize sponsors, Bar 17 Little Valley Angus, Lazy E Bar Ranching, TNF Red Angus, Mater Ranches, Trailview Farm, Bob and Rose Brandel, Brook Family Farm, Master Feeds. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause for all of their sponsors.
You got a really nice pair of 2-year-olds out here that are doing a real good job on their respective bull calves. This red cow goes ahead and wins for us today. She's just a real low maintenance kind of a package. She's sound on all four corners. Really like the body shape that she has. She gets out and travels comfortably. Really nice udder underneath her, doing a heck of a job on that bull calf. Real good pair for those young stockmen. Our young man's pair coming in next to this black cow is one that's doing it right. She's raising a big, strong bull calf, one that's got some length and some grow, real appropriate in terms of his character for this stage. This cow just needs a shot more power and a little more look for her to go any higher, but what a real good pair. These kids are doing a great job. Let's give them a hand.
Your champion Pee Wee 2-year-old pair, exhibited by Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M, and calf DCC Jet 66P at side. Reserve champion Pee Wee 2-year-old goes to Otto Schmidt with LLB Tibby 380M, calf Otto's Maverick 20P at side. We'll see them return into our champion Pee Wee Drive, our next class. We first welcome in our champion Pee Wee Heifer calf, 204, the entry for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P. The reserve champion Pee Wee Heifer calf comes from Ames Wilson, DMM Miss Essence 19P. From the Pee Wee Bull Calf Division, your champion there was entry 212 for Jamison Hunker, DMM Johnny Cage 93P. The reserve champion Pee Wee Bull Calf, entry 216 for Dalton Doran, DCC Jet 66P. He's at the side of his 2-year-old mama. In the lineup, our Pee Wee Yearling Heifer champion was 208, the entry for Arlen Murray, Marie Christina 76N. Reserve champion Pee Wee Yearling Heifer, 213, the entry for Elena McGowan, Red Elf 34 Yasmin 521N. And from our previous class, the champion Pee Wee 2-year-old, entry 203 for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M, and calf DCC Jet 66P, who was our reserve champion bull calf at her side. 202, the reserve champion 2-year-old pair, entry for Otto Schmidt, LLB Tibby 380M with Otto's Maverick 20P at side. Your grand champion Pee Wee Drive. Following the completion of this class in this division, we will send them grand champion and reserve champion Pee Wee animals over to the backdrop for a photo with Kaylee Brandel. We'll also send our judges over there for them photos, so we'll just have a short break before we move into the commercial cattle.
Well, we've had an extremely strong Pee Wee show to kick off the morning. These kids are doing a fantastic job. It's real fun for us to come through and sort these heifer calves these kids picked out while they're outside of their mamas this spring and see them all the way through these production 2-year-olds. These kids are just doing a fantastic job. We got a really good set of cattle out here, but really impressed with these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause, and Mackenzie will get you a champion, reserve champion Pee Wee.
The grand champion Pee-wee is the yearling heifer for Arlen Murray. Murray Christina 76N, your grand champion Pee-wee. And your reserve champion Pee-wee is going to come from the heifer calf division, and that's the exhibit for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P, your reserve champion Pee-wee. We'll send them over to the photo backdrop, and we'll ask Garrett and Mackenzie to go over there for some photos. And following that, a short break here, we will be back and resume with our commercial show.
Something about it made my heart beat slow, just like a Sunday on a gravel road. I don't know why she soothes my soul. It felt familiar when she walked in, like she stepped into a place I've been. Now I know why she feels like home. Those eyes deep blue like a Memphis rain, heart pure gold like a guitar string. Her smile shines bright like the neon streets. Yeah, she reminds me of the way that wind blows through deep blue like a Memphis rain. Heart pure gold like a guitar string. Her smile shines bright like the neon strings. Yeah, she reminds me of the way that wind blows through the pines in the middle of the Rocky Top. Summertime, she burns my lips like a whiskey neat. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee.
These days the night shift cutie at the truck stop knows my name. Threw the candle in the midnight oil and lit up the honky-tonk highway. I see the sun come up, cause I ain't in the bed. Gonna have my name cut into a stone when I lay my head. No rest for the wicked, at least for a few hundred miles. I'm running wild. Ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones. Don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild. I'm running wild. Always been a runner, never been one for settling down. Spent my life in the backwoods looking for ways out of a one-horse town. I found a six-string ticket and jumped that westbound train. Now I only slow down long enough to stand up on that stage. Cloud nine is a cloud of dust for the next 1,000 miles. I'm running wild. Ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones. Don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild. Yeah, I'm running wild. Mama, I'm running wild. Yeah, I'm running wild. I'm running with the devil, rolling down the road, riding on the storm, living like I'm dying slow. Headlights in the fast lane is my home away from home. If there's light after this tunnel, I'm gonna be the first to know. No slowing down, no looking back, no staying for a while. I'm pedaled down and right on track. I'm ready for this ride. I'm running wild. Ride the lightning, run on empty the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back after our short break. We now move into the commercial division, and we begin with our commercial heifer calves, Class 8. They're led in by 338, the entry for Janaea South Cow. Baby Jane's Little Jane, 101P. 314, the entry for Nash Sorensen, Penelope. 431 is an entry for Reese Wildman, Whimsy. This heifer is the donation heifer for our poker chip raffle at Allbreeds. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you'll love to support that. And thank you to the Wildman family. 404 is an entry for Stella Mater, Lenny, 98P. 301, the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence, 47P. 336 is an entry for Carson Van Sickle, River Rock Airline, 606P. 418, the entry for Calum Hofstra, Evelyn Araya. Your commercial heifer calves.
goes, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. Oh, we're just getting started. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started.
Really nice set of commercial heifers to start off this heifer calf show. Our young man's heifer again is one we really like, just in terms of her body type, the way she's put together in terms of her angles. Awesome shoulder, really good on the move, sits down and really travels with ease. Really good body, a little extra stoutness when you get in behind her. She's getting tired out here, but that's an awfully good heifer to go ahead and win. It's a real tight pair with this heifer coming in second. This Baldy is super striking. Really like the shape of this one's skull. She's super beautiful about that. Really like her shoulder. Really good in terms of her body. Stout enough when you get in behind her. Just read her to be a little bit shorter than that heifer that's standing there right in front of her. But this one's got a heck of a bright future. Real fresh, real good heifer to come in second. We got a really neat heifer coming in third. One that's put together really well. She's an absolute mile long. Really good in terms of her spine. Really like the angle to her hip and her hind leg. One that just gets a little bit tighter in terms of her heart, a little bit more cut up in terms of her flank compared to those two heifers that go ahead and are in front of her. Our young lady has a heifer coming in next as the youngest of the class, and this is one that's pretty cute, pretty neat for her age, one that's got a bright future. She's really striking in her design, stout when you get in behind her, really cool angle to that hip and her hind leg. This one's got a real bright future. Congratulations to you, young lady. Into a real practical, really neat, no sweat kind of a heifer coming in next. One that's long and deep-sided, sound in her design, really good looking, real fresh, one with a tremendous amount of future ahead of her. We get into our own heifer coming in next, one that's got a ton of good to her, super big frame, big outline, stout when you get in behind her, real good looking, one that just needs to be softened up a touch in terms of her rib cage and loosened up a little bit in terms of her joints. What a nice heifer in this class. Our young man's rounding us off. Got a heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow. She's a mile long. She's good bodied. Just a little bit plainer in her design compared to those heifers ahead of her. Congratulations to these kids. Let's give them a hand.
In our commercial heifer calf class, the champion there is entry 301 for Colt Jacobs with DLMS Essence 47P. Reserve champion commercial heifer calf goes to Stella Mater with Mater Linney 98P. Third in class was Carson Van Sickle. Fourth to Janaea Sobkow. Fifth in class, Reese Wildman. Sixth in class was Calum Hofstra. And seventh was Nash Sorensen. We'll see those two champion heifer calves back in our commercial champion drive a little later. We move now to Class 9, the commercial bull steer calf class. 420, the entry for Sadie Howell. Fairland sold out, 1P. 329 is an entry for Hawk and Mater. Mater Pulse, 76P. 422 in your program is a scratch. The commercial bull steer calf class.
We've got a really good pair of bull calves out here in this class, and it's a shame there's just two of them because these two could stand some heat, and I think that you could flip them either way, whichever way you're feeling. For us, the added power and then ruggedness in this fuzzy bull calf's pretty unique. I mean, he's big-ended, big-footed. He gets out and travels well. He's got a herd bull skull on him already, ton of crest, good-bodied, a little bit flatter in terms of his heart and his forerib, but that's a really well-made, really well-balanced bull. Our bull coming in next is one that's really striking in terms of his design. I love this bull's skull, and I love his presence. I love the way he carries himself. Really good in terms of his body shape. Good in terms of his hip. Got a ton of shape. He's got a big old set of stones underneath him. That's an awfully good bull. Would just like to see him utilize those hind wheels just a nickel better at this stage, but he might grow out of that. That bull's got a heck of a future in front of him. Congratulations to these two exhibitors.
Your champion commercial bull calf goes to Sadie Howell with Fairland Sold Out 1P. Reserve champion commercial bull calf goes to Hawk and Mater with Mater Pulse 76P. We'll see them back later in our champion commercial drive. We move now to Class 10, our first split of 3 splits of yearling commercial heifers. 335 is the entry for Kessler Watts. 314, an entry for Nash Sorensen, Nina. 328, the entry for Wynn Pittman, Marigold, 906N. 327 is the entry for Joni Page with Redline Ruby, 44N. 307 is an entry for Hiller Gartner with Diamond T Marion, 25-125. The first split of 3 splits of commercial yearling heifers.
These hands of mine have got some stories to tell. Seen parts of heaven and a whole lot of hell. Headed west to stake a claim in the ground. I got as far as Cripple Creek that night. I met a girl with golden hair and green eyes. Fell in love on the outskirts of town. Hung my hat, figured I'd stick around. Hey, the part of me that
Got a nice set of heifers here in this commercial class. Our young man's black heifer goes ahead and wins. She's just overwhelming in terms of her volume and her capacity. One that's got a pretty enough head on her. She's good enough looking up front. With a really nice angle to her shoulders. Like I said, she is huge-bodied and stout enough when you get in behind her. I'd like to give her just a shot more heel and freshen her up a little bit. And that's where you really like the red heifer coming in second. This is one that's brought to us real fresh and appropriate in terms of her condition. She's a mile long. She's good looking. She's super sound. Would like to make her a little bit stronger there, right in behind her shoulder. Hook up a little bit more neat in terms of her top line. But that's a really nice heifer that's going to go ahead and stand second. We got our third place Baldy heifer here. This is one that's just really well made in terms of her skeleton. Really like the way she hits the ground. Her foot's really good in terms of her joints. She's long and level in her design. Just gets a little bit flatter and a little bit plainer in terms of her head and neck, but a really nice heifer to go ahead and stand third. Got a real youthful heifer coming in next, one that's got a great look up front. Really like the angle to her shoulder. She can get out and move with ease and comfort. Just a little bit behind in terms of her maturity today. Like to see that one just a shot bigger and a little bit stouter for her to go any higher. Our young lady's red and white heifer rounding off the class is one that's tremendously long-sided, well balanced from the side. Just has a nickel extra tail head there set right up on top of her. Like to make her move just a little bit more free for her to go any higher. But what a great set of heifers for these kids. Congratulations.
In split one of our commercial yearling heifers, first place there goes to Hiller Gartner with Diamond T. Marion, 25-125. Second in class to Kessler Watts. And third was Win Pittman. Fourth in class, Nash Sorensen. Fifth was Joni Page. That brings us to Class 11, split 2 of 3 splits of our yearling commercial heifers. 321, the entry for Gracie Borison, RJ Lizzo, 5314N. 403 is an entry for Lily Howell, Fairland Glamour, 2N. 302, the entry for Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake Miss L, 536N. 423 is an entry for Max Burris, Ellie. Split 2 of our commercial yearling heifers.
This be as strong as the class as we've seen top to bottom this morning. We've got a really neat Baldy heifer to go ahead and win this class. For us, just the way she blends together power and elegance all in a really stylish package is what sets her apart. Really like her in terms of her foot size and shape. She gets out and travels quite well. She's big bodied. She's stout ended. Pretty skulled. That's a really good heifer to go ahead and win. Get into a little bit more of a striking heifer to go ahead and come in second. One you got to love the skull on. She love her presence up front. She gets out and reaches. She's bold bodied. She's fresh in her condition. One that just gets a little bit straighter in terms of her shoulder and a little bit tighter out of her hip and hind leg, but a really unique heifer to go ahead and stand second. We get into a real power cow coming in third. One that's tremendously long-sided. She's really stout when you get in behind her. You got to love the true rib shape in this one. She's really bold about her rib, really good in terms of her heart and her forerib. For us, this one just gets a little bit heavier in terms of her condition today. I'd like to soften her up just a nickel and tidy her up just a little bit in terms of her chest, but a really nice heifer to stand third. Really well made, really nice heifer coming in fourth. This red heifer is really correct in terms of her skeleton, like the angle of her shoulder, like her spine, really good out of her hip and hind leg, really sound at the ground. One that's just really practical, fault-free kind of a cow. One that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look up front to compete with those heifers ahead of her. But what a great set of breds for these exhibitors. Let's give them a hand.
In split 2 of our commercial yearlings, first place in this class goes to Gracie Borison with RJ Lizzo 5314N. Second in class goes to Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Miss L 536N. We'll see them two return in our champion commercial yearling drive. Third in class was Lily Howell, fourth to Max Burris. Moving now to our third and final split of commercial yearling heifers. 430, the entry for Jackson Denchikoff, 1 tilde 13N. 309 is the entry for Chick Harvey Crest Sharkey, 5119N. 407, entry for Abby Rancier, RF Beauty, 525. The third and final split of commercial yearling heifers.
Well, I tell you what, we've got a really impressive trio of bred heifers out here for these exhibitors. We opted to go with the freshest heifer of the bunch, one that's really good looking and striking in terms of her front end design. Really like the shape and design of her skull. She's bold and true in her rib cage. She's stout enough when you get in behind her. When you set her in motion, she's the most correct when she gets going. Really like the way this one patterns from the side. Really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Got a really, really neat red baldy heifer coming in second, one with an overwhelming amount of cow power, just in terms of body and hip and substance, one that really hits you hard from the side. Love how elevated she is in terms of her neck. She gives you a great look up front. For us, this one, we just got to modify just a nickel in terms of her foot design, stretch her out a little bit, but a really neat heifer to stand in second. Our third place heifer is the one that hits you the hardest and when she's parked at a distance. I mean, she's a mile long, incredibly bold rib, an awesome design to her hip and hind leg from the side, and she hits you with a really good look up front. When you get in and analyze this heifer, got to square her up a little bit in terms of her hock, just free her up a little bit when she gets going in motion, but what an impressive set of heifers in this commercial class.
So in split 3 of our commercial yearling heifers, first place goes to Jackson Denchikoff with Juan Tilda 13N. Second in class to Chick Harvey with Harvey Crest Sharkey 5119N. Third in class, Abby Rancier with RF Beauty 525. We'll now bring back the top 2 from each of our 3 splits for our overall champion commercial yearling heifer drive. So from split 1, first place there was 307, the entry for Hiller Gartner, Diamond T. Marion 25-125. Second in that split went to 325, Kessler Watts. From split 2, first place there to Gracie Borison with RJ Lizzo 5314N. Second in class, 302, the entry for Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake, Miss L 536N. From our last split, first place there to 430, the entry for Jackson Denchikoff, Juan Tilda 13N. Second in class, 309 for Chick Harvey, Harvey Crest Sharkey 5119N. Third in class, so that completes our champion commercial yearling heifer drive.
We've had an incredibly impressive bred heifer show in this commercial division. We've sent a lot of real nice ones back to the barn, but we're quite pleased with this set of heifers we have out here in front of us. With that being said, Mackenzie's going to go get you a champion, reserve champion commercial bred heifer.
The champion commercial yearling comes from split 2, entry for Gracie Borison, RJ Lizzo 5314N. Reserve champion commercial yearling from that same split, the entry for Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake Miss L 536N. We'll see those 2 champion commercial yearlings back in our grand champion commercial drive.
Let's get rowdy tonight. Oh, tonight. Yeah, let's get rowdy.
We now welcome to the ring Class 13, our commercial 2-year-old with natural calf at side class. 432 is the entry for Reed Howell, Fairland Essence 10M, and calf Fairland Sold Out 1P at side. 333, the entry for Julie Murphy, LLB Beulah 97M, and Pathfinder at calf at side. 314 is the entry for Nash Sorensen with Matilda and calf Penelope at side. 422 is an entry for Cade Rancier, RF Scream 4126, and calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. Your commercial 2-year-old class.
Got a real impressive pair of 2-year-olds out here to go ahead and win this class. This tandem out here with the Baldy cow is just one that's hard to fault at all. She's really beautiful in terms of her design. Love her head and her skull. Love her body. Really nice angles to her hip and her hind leg, all complemented by a beautiful udder underneath her, and doing a whale of a job on this bull calf, doing really impressive individual and a really good pair to go ahead and start us off. A really impressive pair coming in next. One that this bull calf we talked about earlier. We love how stout out and how rugged he is, and he's still able to move. It's really masculine, really neat calf, complemented by a real pretty cow. This is one that's good looking, really good bodied, low maintenance in terms of her design. One we just like to freshen up a little bit and change the way she utilizes those hind wheels just a hair, but a really great pair to stand in second. Got a real nice pair coming in next. Younger cow doing a great job on that big bull calf. One, a cow that's got a tremendous future in front of her. She's a mile long. Really like the design and how useful she is in terms of her hip and hind legs. She's good bodied with an appropriate underneath her. This bull calf starts feeling better, his days will turn and head the right direction. What a real nice pair to stand third. Real nice pair rounding us off. This young cow is one that's really practical and functional in the way she's put together. She's sound at the ground, sound in terms of her udder, doing a really great job on that heifer calf. Let's give these pair exhibitors a big round of applause.
In our commercial 2-year-old class, our champion there is 422 for Cade Rancier with RF Scream 4126 and calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. Reserve champion commercial 2-year-old goes to Reed Howell with Fairland Essence 10M and calf Fairland Sold Out 1P at side. Third in class was 333 for Julie Murphy. Fourth in class, the entry for Nash Sorensen. Brings us to class 14, our commercial mature cow with natural calf at side class. Single entry in this class, 338 for Janaea Subcow with NLF Baby Jane 305L and calf Baby Jane's Little Jane 101P at side. Your commercial mature cow calf class.
Well, just a single entry here in the mature division, and these girls got the Janes looking really nice. This is a cow that's really impressive in terms of her foot size and substance, and still being able to pair that with the ability to get around the ring quite comfortably. She's big-bodied and good-looking. Really nice cow, complemented by a beautiful young calf, one with a bright future ahead of her. Let's give these girls a big round of applause.
So your champion commercial mature pair goes to Janaea Sobcow with NFL Baby Jane 305L and calf Baby Jane's Little Jane 101P at side. That brings us to our grand champion commercial drive. We'll first welcome back the grand champion commercial heifer calf. That was entry 301 for Colt Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P. The reserve champion commercial heifer calf, Stella Mater, entry 404 with Mater Linney 98P. Your champion commercial bull calf is at the side of his mama, and we'll see him come in later, but it's Fairland Sold Out 1P. And your reserve champion bull calf was Mater Pulse 76P for Hawk and Mater. Your champion commercial yearling, entry 321 for Gracie Borison, RJ Lizzo 5314N, and reserve champion commercial yearling was 302 for Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake Miss L 536N. From the 2-year-old division, our champion there was 422, the entry for Cade Rancier, RF Scream 4126, and calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. Reserve champion commercial 2-year-old, 432 for Reed Howell, Fairland Essence 10M, with calf Fairland Sold Out 1P at side, who was our champion commercial bull. Class 14 is where we found our commercial Champion Mature Pair, $338. The entry for Janaea Sub Cow. NFL Baby Jane, 305L. And Calf Baby Jane's Little Jane, 101T at side. This is your Champion Commercial Female Drive. Champion Buckle, sponsored by Red Rich Farms. Reserve Champion Commercial Female Buckle, sponsored by OBI Sales Management.
You burn away the shame in me. The bellows blow. Swing the heavy sledge. Temper me with pain. Forge me in your holy flame.
Well, we've had a really impressive commercial show out here in the ring, and all the way up from these fancy effort calves through the breds and into these productive cows. It's a lot of fun for us to get through here, sort these cattle, and interact with these kids. They're doing an absolutely amazing job. You know, the Angus breed is renowned for their cow power, and we've certainly got that out here and today, and really, really impressed with all these cattle. These kids have done a tremendous job this morning. Let's give them a big round of applause, and Mackenzie will get you a champion, reserve champion.
Like I'm the only one you need. The bellows blow. Swing the heavy sledge. Temper me with pain. Forge me in your holy flame.
Your Grand Champion Commercial Female, the 2-year-old pair for Cade Rancier, RF Scream 4126, and Calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. And your Reserve Champion Commercial Female, receiving the buckle from OBI, is the yearling heifer entry for Gracie Borison, RJ Lizzo, 5314N, goes Reserve Grand Champion Commercial. We'll send those females over to the backdrop, and we'll send our adjudicators over there for a quick picture break before we move into the open show.
Fall out from the tree, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Oh. I see the waters rising with waves as strong as iron. My soul was born for running. The darkness is my compass, and I will follow where it goes, 'cause it's all I know. You can keep your sunshine story, but that peaceful life ain't for me. The harshest gales call out from the trees, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Oh. Sirens ring and run for shelter. I will chase that storm forever. The harshest gales call out from the trees, like they can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, feels like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. So let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. We went for each other like a bullet from a gun, faster than the sheriff's drawing, hotter than the sun. Didn't see it coming lately, I've been on the run. You know you've seen my face before, so let me tell you something. Darling, you fell in love with the famous man. See my pictures posted everywhere across the land. And if you run with me, you got to understand that you're holding on to a dangerous hand. If I want it, would you still want me? 'Cause babe, I want it. Do you still want me?
Juniors and ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed that the lunch is actually here and ready right now. Following the open division, we will take a half-hour lunch break, but to alleviate the big lineups, anyone that would like to go and have their lunch at any time here, you can head on over to the kitchen area and have lunch, and that way maybe we can avoid the big lineup. If everybody goes at once, there'll be a bit of a lineup. So there will be a lunch break following the open, but lunch is available here at any time.
If we're the last to learn that we crash and burn and we'll never make it. If the smoke don't clear, could we face our fear?
Well, welcome back, Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen. We now move into the open show, and so this open show the cattle are owned by anyone and shown by a Junior Angus exhibitor. Class 15, our open division heifer calf class. 303 is the entry for Maddie Ferentz. LLB Ellen Erica 127p. 413 is the entry for Van Hofstra. Avalon Pride 707p. 313 is an entry for Ainsley Van Sickle. Red River Rock Shawnee 657p. 301 in your program is a scratch. 415 is the entry for Quinn Peterson. Red Peterson Lassie 404p. Your open division heifer calf class.
Could we face our fear that we never make it? Is it a chance we're taking? 'Cause I just can't lose you. We're the last to learn that we crash and burn and we'll never make it. If the smoke don't clear, could we face
Angus Juniors, if you're in Class 17, the first split of yearling heifers in our open division, you need to be making your way up to ringside because we just have a small bull class following this one, so we need all of the juniors in Class 17 with the yearling heifers, split 1, we need you up to ringside.
We got 4 real nice heifer calves out here in this class, and our young lady's black heifer that goes ahead and wins is one that's pretty unique in the way she's put together. I love the way she travels sound and smooth off all 4 corners. She's pretty in terms of her front end design, really bold and big in terms of her rib cage, stout enough when you get in behind her, puts it all in a really nice package. Really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Get into a really cute red heifer coming in next, one that's super striking in terms of her feature. Really like how tidy she is about her head and her neck. She ties it high out of the top side of that shoulder. She's long and level in her design. Really good about her rib cage, stout enough when you get in behind her. Sure, we'd like to add a shot more bone underneath her, and that's where that third place red heifer has a bit of an advantage. This is one that's a mile long, really sound and comfortable when she gets out and goes. Really like how easy she travels. One that just gets a little bit flatter when you get in behind her, one that's got carrying a little extra leather up front, but a really practical heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young lady. Our young man's black heifer rounding us off is one that's really well balanced, one that's comfortable when she goes. She's big enough in terms of her rib cage, gets just a nickel planer in terms of her design. What a real nice set of heifer calves for these exhibitors. Congratulations.
So in our open division heifer calf class, your champion there, 303, the entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Ellen Erica, 127p. Second in class was Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Shawnee, 657p. Third in class goes to Quinn Peterson, and fourth was Van Hofstra. That brings us to class 16, the open division bull calf class. 2 entries here. 331 is the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60p. 424 is an entry for Heidi McFadden, DCC Jet, 66p. Your open division bull calf class.
Just a pair of bull calves out here, and this red one we've talked about earlier is one that we really like in terms of just being sound and having a little extra substance. He's good footed and big bodied and stout ended. Really neat calf with a herd bull head on him. Good calf to go ahead and win this class. We get a little bit of a different kind of black calf coming in next, one with a bright future. This March calf's a mile long. He's sound when he gets out and travels. Just a little bit further behind in terms of condition and show readiness, but a neat calf to go ahead and stand second with a bright future. Congratulations.
So your champion bull calf in the open class goes to Heidi McFadden with DCC Jet, 66p. Reserve open bull calf goes to Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60p. Next up, we have Class 17, the first of 3 splits of yearling heifers in our open division. They are led off with entry 344 for Luke Henderson, LLB Atlanta, 0293N. 428 is the entry for Eden Kaminsky, CSD Donna, 5285. 327 is an entry for Joni Page, Red Line Rose, 129N. 331, the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lucy Pride, 36N. 342 is an entry for Quinn Hagel, Red Rich Haley, 183N. The first of 3 splits in our open yearling heifers.
Got a neat class yearling heifers out here. Our young man's December heifer goes ahead and wins this class. We feel she puts together a lot of really, really neat things. She's a mile long. She's good looking. She's sound when she gets out and moves. She's stout enough, pretty headed, really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Get into a really practical, really tidy designed red heifer coming in next. One that's really sound in terms of her skeleton. Like the angle of this one's shoulder, she utilizes her hip and hind leg quite well. She's soft-sided. Now you would like to blow her up a little bit in terms of her heart and her forerib. Hook her up a little bit neater there behind her shoulder. And that's where that red heifer in third holds the advantage. She's a little bit stouter, a little bit stronger top. The heifer that's really neat in terms of her body capacity. But again, I just like to tidy that one up a little bit in terms of her condition, clean her up a little bit about her chest floor, and stretch her out just a hair. Get into an August-born heifer, one that's got a ton of cool pieces, one that's super striking in her design, super bold ribs, super stout when you get in behind her. For us, we got to modify this one at the ground, just change her a little bit in the way she hits the ground in her hoof design, hook her up a little bit tighter in terms of her top line for her to go any higher. Our young man rounding us off with a black heifer is one that's just really practical in her design. She's sound and functional. She's good-bodied and pretty about her head. One that just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her design, a little bit flatter when you get in behind her. But what a neat set of heifers for these exhibitors. Congratulations.
In this first split of yearling heifers in our open division, first place goes to 341 Luke Henderson with LLB Atalanta 0293N. Second in this class, 342, the entry for Quinn Hagel with Red Rich Haley 183N. Third in class was Joni Page. Fourth, Eden Kaminsky. Fifth in class, Liam Richards. That brings us to Class 18, our second of three splits of yearling heifers in this open division. Led off by 305, the entry for Nash Hunker, DMM Blackbird 142N. 434 is an entry for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose 5220. 317, the entry for Michael Richards, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. 418 in your program is a scratch. 410 is the entry for Heidi Pass, Red 6 Mile Redeem 122N. The second of three splits of yearling heifers.
Again, a nice set of bred heifers out here. These kids are doing a fantastic job. This young lady's heifer that goes ahead and wins the class is pretty unique. I mean, a little extra look up front, super high tying, really good about the angle of that shoulder. Love the shape of her head and her neck. Really big bodied and stout when you get in behind her. Really unique, nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Get into a little bit more moderate, really nice heifer coming in next. One that you love when she's parked. She's big bodied. Love the real turn to this one's rib cage up high. She's incredibly bold in terms of her rib. She's stout when you get in behind her. Really pretty about her head. This is one we just need to make a little bit more comfortable and coordinated when she gets set in motion. Like to see her plant those feet a little more square underneath her, but a real nice heifer to go ahead and stand in second. Our young lady's red heifer coming in next is one with a lot of good. This is a big outlined, long-sided, good-looking kind of a heifer that's correct in terms of her shoulder, like the angle of her hip and her hind leg. Would like to just loosen her up a little bit in terms of her top line, make her a little bit softer about her rib cage, but a really nice heifer. This young lady's doing a fantastic job on the halter. Our young man rounding us off has got one that's really practical and low maintenance. This is a sound-moving kind of heifer that's deep-sided, long-made, one that's just a little bit rounder in terms of her design. She breaks a little bit there behind her shoulder, gets a little rounder back through her hooks and her pins, but she'll sure make a productive cow for that young man. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
In this second split of yearling heifers, first place was 434 for Tennessee Walter with Brooking Rose 5220. Second in class, 305 for Nash Hunker with DMM Blackbird 142N. Third in class was Heidi Pass, and fourth, Michael Richards. Moving now to the third and final split of yearling heifers in the open division. 433, an entry for Carson Baker, Red Rich Freyax 239N. 322 is the entry for Sophie Pass with Red Rafter SJ Covergirl 49N. 419 is Landon Brandel with BCC Miss Burgess 578. 413, the entry for Van Hofstra with Avalon Pride 707N. 415, the entry for Quinn Peterson with Red Peterson Princess 506N. And 310, the entry for Tell Peterson with Peterson Excalibur 503N. The third and final split of yearling heifers.
In circles at 10,000 miles of pavement.
We got another nice class of bred heifers out here. Our young man and heifer that goes ahead and wins. This is one that's good looking, stout, and gets around with ease. She's big bodied and really true in the curvature to that one's rib cage. Really like the design to that one's hip on her hind leg, complemented by a beautiful set teats right underneath her. That's a really nice heifer with a bright future ahead of her. Congratulations. Our young man's black heifer comes in next. You know, this one's just kind of the right kind. She's big footed. She's sound traveling. Travels square and true off all four corners. She's loose, big bodied, and stout with a little extra substance. That's a nice heifer to go ahead and stand second. Get into a bit of a decision there. And third for us, the more moderate heifers just love the length and mobility of this heifer. She gives you a really good look when she's parked. She's long-sided. Like to stretch her out just a nickel, and that's where that heifer behind her goes ahead and holds that advantage. She's good looking and long-sided and deep-bodied. Gets a little bit too narrow for us when you get in behind her. One you'd like to square up at the ground, just a nickel. A red heifer coming in next is one with a bright future ahead of her. She's long. She's brought to us in a fresh condition. She's pretty about her head. One we just like to bulk up in terms of her stoutness, make her a little bit bolder and softer ribbed for her to go any higher. Our young man rounding us off has got one that gives you a nice look when she's parked. She's soft-sided. She's really angular and wedgy in terms of her kind. One that just gets a little bit too narrow when you get in behind her, but a nice set of heifers for these exhibitors. Let's give them a hand.
In this third split, first place goes to 419 Landon Brandel with BCC Miss Burgess 578. Second in class is 310 for Tell Peterson with Peterson Excalibur 503N. Third in class was Quinn Peterson. Fourth, Carson Baker. Fifth in class, Sophie Pass. And sixth in class, Van Hofstra. That brings us to our overall champion yearling heifer drive in our open division. We'll bring back the top two from each of the three splits. From split 1, 341, the entry from Luke Henderson was first. LLB Atalanta 0293N. Second in that split was 342, the entry for Quinn Hagel, Red Rich Haley 183N. From split 2, first place there was 434 for Tennessee Walter Brooking Rose 5220. Second in that split, 305, the entry for Nash Hunker DMM Blackbird 142N. From our last split, first place there was 419 for Landon Brandel BCC Miss Burgess 578. Second in that split, 310 for Tell Peterson with Peterson Excalibur 503N. Your overall champion yearling heifer drive in our open division.
We've got a really nice set of bred heifers standing in front of us, and we sent a lot of real nice ones back to the barn. These kids are doing a fantastic job out here working, getting these heifers presented. It's been a lot of fun for us to sort through them. I think there's a lot of different ways you can go depending on where you lay your priorities. For us, there's a couple heifers out here we like real well, and Mackenzie's going to show them to you. Congratulations to these kids.
Your champion yearling heifer in our open division comes from Split 2, 434, the entry for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose, 5220. Your reserve champion yearling comes out of Split 1, entry for Luke Henderson, LLB, Atalanta, 0293N. We'll see them back in our overall champion drive following our pairs class next. Class 20, our open division 2-year-old cow class with natural calf at side. 331, the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lass, 53M. Calf, Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60P at side. 424 is an entry for Heidi McFadden with Red Alistair Astor, 184M, and calf DCC Jet, 66P at side.
Just a couple of pairs out here, and these 2-year-olds are doing a real nice job on their respective bull calves. Again, for us, this red cow is just real low input kind. I really like the shape and design of her foot. Gets out and travels with ease. Big bodied, doing a heck of a job on this red bull calf that's really impressive in his own right. Nice pair to go ahead and win. Our black pair coming in second. This is a cow that you really like in terms of just being well balanced and correct in her design. Really like the angle of her shoulder. She's good about her body. Gets around with ease. Really nice job on that bull calf. Would just like to modify her rear foot just a touch for her to go any higher, but a really nice couple of pairs out here in this open division. Congratulations.
The champion 2-year-old pair, entry for Heidi McFadden, Red Allison Astor 183M, and calf DCC Jet 66P at side. Reserve champion 2-year-old pair, entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Glass 53M, calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. That brings us to our open division champion drive. First in, our open division champion heifer calf, entry 303 for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Ellen Erica 127P. Reserve champion open heifer calf for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red River Rock Shawnee 657P. Our champion yearling heifer was entry 434 for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose 5220. Reserve champion yearling, entry 341 for Luke Henderson, LLB Atalanta 0293N. From our 2-year-old division, our champion there was 424, the entry for Heidi McFadden, Red Allison Astor 184M, calf DCC Jet 66P at side. He was also your open bull calf champion. Reserve 2-year-old is the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Glass 53M, calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. He was your reserve champion bull calf as well. Your champion open female drive.
With or without you by my side, I can't be your trail guide. This is where the path divides. Lord, my papa used to tell me, don't go wasting youth, but for richer or for poorer, I did learn he knew the truth. Honey, I'm gonna leave you. What else can I do? Honey, I'm gonna leave you. What else, honey, can I do?
We were both 17 when we met on the Carolina shore. My heart was on the floor. It was burning like a July heat. The way you made me feel when we kissed that night on the beach. What we were meant to be. But you went back home to Bama with my heart on your sleeve. We were living in a country song, playing George Strait all night long. Bama tea with no makeup on. Yeah, we took the long way home. Fell in love with a southern girl on the tailgate of my southern world. Nothing left, we left it all. The summer turned into fall. We were living in a country song. We were living in a country song. 5 years later, I saw you walk into the bar, playing my guitar. Right then, I forgot the words to oceanfront property. You ditched all your girls and we caught up in my front seat. You say you love Tennessee. I begged you not to leave. Hey, we
Got a really nice open show here. These kids are doing a tremendous job, and like we said earlier today, you know, it's pretty impressive to see these calves at a young stage and see them develop all the way into these pairs that are coming back, and sure a lot of work to bring them to town. These kids are doing a fantastic job, and there's a lot of different ways you can go. As I said, for us, there's a pair of heifers out here, females out here. We like a whole heck of a lot, and Mackenzie's going to go show you our 2 champions. Thank you.
Started with check, yes or no, but we took that winding country road. You got the ring and I got the dog. Who'd have thought we'd ever be locked down in love in Tennessee? You and I are gonna be forever long.
Grand Champion Open Female is the yearling heifer. Entry for Tennessee Walter Brooking Rose 5220. Reserve Champion Open Female, your other yearling heifer for Luke Henderson LLB at Atlanta 0293N. So your 2 yearling heifers go grand in reserve. We'll send them over for the picture at the backdrop and ask our adjudicators to go there. And then hopefully our half-hour lunch break will give our judges time to have lunch. Everyone else can head in for lunch. It's ready in the kitchen. We will have a half-hour break and then resume back here with our own division show.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I've been mistreated, betrayed since
So we'll be starting our show again at 1:30. At 1:30, we'll move into the own division. So juniors, you can be ready with your heifer calves.
You're fading into the firelight. No second chances, no trying to make it right. I've staked my claim and it's my name on your lips. That's all I need when we abandon sometimes two wrongs make an unhinged right. Burn the boats, light 'em up, can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sins. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we home. Ain't going back to tiptoeing every line. I don't need no apron, take off your suit and tie. We need the wild and free, no waving white flags. 'Cause if they're gonna catch us, they will never take us alive. Burn the boats, light 'em up, can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we home. We home. We home. We home. The ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together, sink or swim. With the ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together. Burn the boats, light 'em up, can't retreat, can't give up. Too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we home. Baby, we home. Something about it made my heart beat slow. Just like a Sunday on a gravel road. I don't know why she soothes my soul. It felt familiar when she walked in, like she stepped into a place I've been. Now I know why she feels like home. Those eyes deep blue like a Memphis rain, heart pure gold like a guitar string. Her smile shines bright like the neon streets. Yeah, she reminds me of the way that wind blows through the pines in the middle of a rocky top summertime. She burns my lips like a whiskey needle. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Our first dance was on a bar roof floor. She stepped where I stepped all night long, and she felt like home. Those eyes deep blue like a Memphis rain, heart pure gold like a guitar string. Her smile shines bright like the neon streets. Yeah, she reminds me of the way that wind blows through the pines in the middle of a rocky top summertime. She burns my lips like a whiskey needle. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Of Tennessee. Those eyes deep blue like a Memphis rain, heart pure gold like a guitar string. Her smile shines bright like the neon streets. Yeah, she reminds me of the way that wind blows through the pines in the middle of a rocky top summertime. She burns my lips like a whiskey needle. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Yeah, she reminds me of Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee.
These days, the night shift cutie at the truck stop knows my name. Threw the candle in the midnight oil and lit up the honky-tonk highway. I see the sun come up, cause I ain't been to bed. Gonna have my name cut into a stone when I lay my head. No rest for the wicked, at least for a few hundred miles. I'm running wild, ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones, don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild, I'm running wild. Always been a runner, never been one for settling down. Spent my life in the backwoods looking for ways out of a one-horse town. I found a six-string ticket and jumped that westbound train. I only slowed down long enough to stand up on that stage. Cloud nine is a cloud of dust for the next 1,000 miles. I'm running wild, ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones, don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild, yeah, I'm running wild. Mama, I'm running wild. storm, living like I'm dying slow. Headlights in the fast lane is my home away from home. If there's light after this tunnel, I'm gonna be the first to know. No slowing down, no looking back, no staying for a while. I'm pedaled down and right on track. I'm ready for this ride, I'm running wild. Ride the lightning, run on empty, the ring of fire. Rolling like Mississippi, your mama tried. And I got back down to my bones, don't know where I'm gonna go, sweet child. I'm running wild. I'm running wild. Yeah, I'm running wild. Oh, I'm running wild. I'm running wild.
Give me good wine, I'll get you good whiskey. Let's get a house in the country. Give me good weed, I'll get you good coffee. Let's get old by the evergreen tree. Let's get up, grab coffee cups and sit out on the porch. No traffic lights, the sunny skies chase the chill from the night before. We started this revival at the church of you and me. We left no room for the Holy Ghost and raised up a family tree. Give me good wine, get you good whiskey. Let's get a house in the country. Give me good weed, I'll get you good coffee. Let's get old by the evergreen trees.
Alarm clock every morning, working late each night.
For a simple place to lay our heads, rinse, repeat, that's right.
City life and big city lights are fading far from view.
Traded concrete cars at corner bars to be under the stars with you. Give me good wine, I'll get you good whiskey. Let's get a house in the country. Give me good weed, I'll get you good coffee. Let's get old by the evergreen trees.
Got working roots, a chicken coop, and a place to start a fire.
We got the birds, the bees, a tall oak tree with a rope on an old truck tire.
20 miles and 2 stop signs between us and the closest town.
If you see fireworks from the road, there's a party, so come on down. Give me good wine, I'll get you good whiskey. Let's get a house in the country. Give me good weed, I'll get you good coffee. Let's get old by the evergreen trees. from the backwoods, thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble. Said we'd never make it, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing to lose, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started.
Just a reminder, Angus Juniors will be resuming the show at 1:30 with the own division heifer calves. So those of you who have own division heifers, you have about 7 minutes to work your way up to ringside.
My man's been working so hard lately. Wants to give me so much more than I could ever dream. But just to hold him close is such a luxury. I have his heart, and that's enough for me. His words, they're honest, his hands steady. Never had someone who loved me oh so tenderly. Now when I think of him, I see my family. I have his heart, and that's enough for me.
just you wait, listen for the storm. Hear the difference in the wind. When dark clouds form and start to turn, I'll run again. Far away when the hurricane comes in. Well, I'm the only island in the way, but I was born to fight the wind and rain. Sometimes a man will keep himself in shame, mask a painful past he overcame. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, yes. Well, you've been steady, building steam like a thunderhead, armed and ready with the lies you overheard. Well, strike me down like a lightning in the dark. Deliver me the fate I must deserve. Oh, don't you? I just wait and listen for the storm. You can hear the difference in the wind. When the dark clouds form and start to turn, I'll run again. Far away when the hurricane comes in. When the dark clouds form and start to turn, I'll run again. Far away when the hurricane, oh, that old hurricane comes.
When I come to die, what will be left behind? Will the flowers still grow in that old planted box that you built me? And at the end of this day, when a new day begins, will you still play my song and sway softly along, just to feel me? I've got so much time and a lot of life to go. When I come to die, there are things I want to know. When my soul is released, lay my body in sheets from the bed that we share, breathing love into the air every morning. And if they call me by name, know that I'd rather stay, 'cause
We're about ready to juniors and ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to resume our show. We'll move into our own division. Just waiting for a couple of heifer calves that are in the first class to work their way over. So as we move into the owned, the just one heifer calf class here, so a single entry in the bull calf class will need to be ready. Then we'll move into the yearling heifers, so a couple of small classes. You people with yearling heifers can probably be getting them ready and working your way over to the ring as well, as we are about ready to move into the own division of our 50th annual Alberta Junior Angus Show. Welcome back, everybody. We move to Class 21 in our own division, the heifer calf class. 341 is an entry from Luke Henderson, LLB Evergreen, 330P. 312 in your program is a scratch. 303 is the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica, 186P. 320 is an entry for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass, 622P. 316 is the entry for Sage Snyder, NLF Black Bonnie, 601P. Your owned heifer calves.
electrified, like I'm playing with dynamite. I can't look away from those neon eyes. Yeah, it's got me feeling right. Pick me up, let me feel the danger. I think I'm in love with the stranger. You take charge and I'll take my chances. Can't resist. Just one time, take a shot deep down. Yeah, it's fun, but I can't stop now. Cause you're mine, love is. Beat me up like a wildfire. Running me down while you take me high. Cause you're mine.
Well, a nice way to kick off this show. This nice set of 4 heifer calves out here in front of us. And our young man's heifer that goes ahead and wins is one that does a lot of really, really good things. I mean, really sounded the ground, long-sided, big bodied, stout when you get in behind her, all with a great look up front. Young man's got a really nice heifer that's got a bright future ahead of her. Our young lady's heifer coming in next is one that just hits you with a power cow kind of look. She's really correct in terms of her angles. Love the angle of this one's shoulder. Really good into her knee and hits the ground exceptionally well. Really like that hip and hind leg design. Doesn't quite have the added punch or extra look of that heifer in front of her, but boy, that's going to be a heck of a mama cow down the road. Congratulations to you, young lady. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one with a ton of future in front of her. She's long, she's extended, she's correct in the design of that hip and hind leg. She's sound, just gets a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work, a little bit tighter in her terms of her heart and her forerib, but that heifer's got a very bright future, and I appreciate that she's brought to us in a beautifully fresh condition today. Our young lady rounding us off has got one with a tremendous amount of substance, a big-footed, stout-ended kind of heifer that's got a tremendous amount of volume and power. Just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her head and her neck. It's a little bit flatter out back through her hooks and her pins, but a really nice heifer rounding off in a good, great set of heifer calves. Congratulations.
The champion-owned heifer calf, entry 320 for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass, 622P. Reserve-owned heifer calf is the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica, 186P. Third in class was Luke Henderson, fourth in class Sage Snyder. Brings us to class 22, the owned bull calf class. Single entry in this class, 437, the entry for Winton Brandel, BCC Hemisphere 619, the owned bull calf class.
Keep my sugar shaker to myself. Heaven help me, I can't seem to help myself.
Just a single entry bull calf here, and he could stand some competition. Really like how he is in terms of his maturity pattern. Strong skull, the proud crest coming in. Really good in terms of the angle of that shoulder. He's big enough bodied, he's stout enough ended. Carries himself quite well. That's a nice bull that could stand some heat. Congratulations.
Champion-owned bull calf for Winton Brandel, BCC Hemisphere 619. Brings us to class 23 and the first of 2 splits of junior division yearling heifers. First off, 411, the entry for Dayton Wilson, LLB Glenella, 0100N. 338 is an entry for Janaea Sobkow, NLF Bardella's Mini 33N. 431 is the entry for Reese Wildman, Red Toa Lacama 431N. 414 is an entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Patricia 256N. The first of 2 splits of junior division yearling heifers. For our next class, we need 3 of our yearling heifers up to the ring yet. We need Julie Murphy, Hayden Kamala, and Luke Ulmer. We need you to the show ring immediately. Your class is next up.
sun don't reach. Weary eyes know the light don't pierce. Down in the mine, 40 years, like 40 lives, only whistles blowing to mark the time. Way, way down we go. Gotta rip that soul out of the ground while we walk that long wall to the sound of hammer and steel, steel on stone. Yeah, we work those fingers to the bone.
A real nice set of heifers out here in this yearling class. Our young lady's heifer that goes ahead and wins does so on the standstill. She hits you with a real look of quality from the side. She's high tying, she's flat shouldered, really nice skull, good bodied. You like her angles when she's parked. Now you would like to make her reach a little bit further out of those rear two when she gets moving, but that's a big bodied, good looking, broody kind of female to go ahead and win. A red heifer coming in second is a real functional, practical kind of cow, one that's correct at the ground. She's sound in her angles. She's good-bodied. She's adequate in terms of her muscle. Now, is she the stoutest of the bunch? Absolutely not, but that's a very well-balanced, good-headed, productive kind of a female. Our young man's December-born heifer calf out here has got a lot of good to her. This is one that's a mile long. She's pretty headed. She's stout when you get in behind her. She has a tremendous amount of substance. With all that extra power, she gets just a nickel course about her shoulder and in through her joints. But a real nice heifer that's got a real bright future ahead of her. Got a neat heifer coming in next, one that gives you a good look off the side when she's parked. She's big-bodied. She's stout-ended. This is one we got to knock down the tail head just a bit, tidy her up in terms of her chest, make her a little bit more comfortable when she's set in motion. But what a great set of heifers for these exhibitors. Congratulations.
In this first split of Junior Division yearling heifers, first place goes to 338, Janaea Sobkow with NLF Bardella's Mini 33N. Second in class, 431 for Reese Wildman, Red Toa Lacama 431N. Third in class was Dayton Wilson. Fourth, Maddie Ferentz. Moving into the second and final split in our Junior Division of yearling heifers. First in, 323 for Tennessee Schneider, Red Northline Rose 207N. 333, the entry for Julie Murphy, LLB Ulima. 330, the entry for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty 5215. 337 is the entry for Luke Ulmer, New View Miss Vale Bar 549N. The second and final split of Junior Division yearling heifers. Well, how about that tremendous brisket lunch we had provided by one of our sponsors, Bashaw Meats and Sausage, ladies and gentlemen. And if you look at the inside of your program, I've ran through them before, but let's have one more round of applause for all of our sponsors that make this 50th annual possible.
We have another really nice class of bred heifers out here. Our young man's black heifer that goes ahead and wins the class does so with ease in our mind. I mean, this is one that combines style and substance in a really impressive package. She's big-footed, she's stout-ended, really big and bold in terms of her rib cage, still feminine up front. Really like the design of that one skull. Really good heifer to go ahead and win this class. Got a real stylish heifer coming in second here, one that's a little bit more toned down in terms of her frame size. She's big and maternal in that rib cage, really soft side and easy moving. This one we just got to change a nickel in terms of her foot size and shape, but a really nice heifer to go ahead and stand second. We got a red heifer here that's really impressive when she gets parked, one that you love for her stoutness and substance, tremendously big-bodied and good-looking, one that's just not quite responding as well for us in the show ring today, but a really good heifer to stand in third. Our young lady's heifer rounding off the class is one that does a lot of things right. She's big-bodied, low-input kind of heifer, sound enough at the ground, just gets a little bit flatter when you get in behind her and a little plainer in the design of her head and her chest. But a nice set of heifers. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In this second split of junior division yearlings, first place goes to Hayden Kamala with Brooking Beauty 52-15. Second in class to Luke Ulmer with New View Miss Vale Bar 549N. Third in class was Tennessee Snyder. Fourth in class, Julie Murphy. That brings us to our champion junior yearling heifer drive. We'll bring back the top two from each split. From split one, first place there was 338, Janaea Sobkow with NLF Barnella's Mini 33N. Second in that split was 431, Reese Wildman, sponsored by 7/8's We Can Fix It, with her exhibit Red Toa Lacama 431N. From the second split, first place in that class was 330, the entry for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty 52-15. Second in that split, 337, the entry for Luke Ulmer, New View Miss Vale Bar 549N. Your junior yearling heifer drive in the own division.
Impressive set of junior yearling heifers out here, and they're really neat and type and they're type and kind. And there's a pair of heifers out here that we like pretty well. Mackenzie will go show them to you.
Champion Junior Division owned heifer, Hayden Kamala with Brooking Beauty, 52-15. From that same class, we get our reserve yearling champion heifer, the entry for Luke Ulmer, New View Miss Vale Bar, 549N. We'll see those two back in our champion-owned drive. We move now to Class 24, our intermediate division of yearling heifers. And 425 is the entry for Tavy Yoder, Boss Lake Miss Donna, 530N. 332 is an entry for Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Beauty, 579N. 318 is Callan Gartner with Diamond T. Bardolia, 2598. 405 is the entry for Peyton Verbonic, LLB Blue Lass, 133N. 306, an entry for Gentry Harvey, Red Harvey Crest Miss Fredo, 5130N. Your intermediate division yearling heifers.
Another really impressive set of yearling heifers out here, right from the front end of this class to the back end. But this young lady's heifer that goes ahead and wins is one you fall in love with at a distance. I mean, she is good looking up front, super sleek neck. Love the angle of her shoulders. She's awesome in terms of her body shape. Love the angles to her hip. She utilizes that hind leg well. She gives you a tremendous silhouette off the side. Where you got to change this heifer a little bit is at the ground. I got to change the way she utilizes those rear feet, change the shape of them, but that is an awfully good heifer to go ahead and win this class. Our young lady's heifer coming in second is kind of the classic Angus cow. I mean, really good looking, stout ended, big bodied, easy doing, really good in terms of her feet and legs. Just maybe a notch on the moderate side for us today, but a really pretty heifer for that young lady, doing a great job. Our young man's power heifer coming in next is one with a shot more frame, a little more substance. This is a good looking one that's big bodied and soft sided, stout when you get in behind her. Would like to make her travel just a little bit more comfortable out of those rear two. Tied her up a little bit in terms of her tail head. But boy, that's going to be one heck of a herd bull making cow down the road. Congratulations to you, young man. Got a really nice pair of heifers here on the back end. This young lady's red heifer is a mile long and incredibly easy doing. She's super deep sided. Really like the angle of that hip. Really like the way she gets around the ring. One that maybe just gets a little bit flatter and a little bit plainer in terms of her design, but a really nice cow for that young lady. Our young lady's black heifer rounding off the class is one you really like at a standstill. This is one with an adequate amount of foot and bone, really good in terms of her body. She's stout enough when you get in behind her. One you just like to square up a little bit in terms of her rear two when she gets going. But boy, that's a heck of a class of heifers. Let's give all these kids a big hand.
So the champion intermediate yearling goes to Tavy Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Donna, 530N. Reserve intermediate yearling goes to Callan Gartner with Diamond T Bardolia, 2598. We'll see them two back on the champion drive. Third in class was Dryden Robertson, fourth to Gentry Harvey, and fifth Peyton Varbonic. Moving now into the senior division of our yearling heifers, 3 splits, and in this first split, 408 is Sully Jenkins with Red YY Diamond Mist, 501N. 426, the entry for Casey Adams, Tehran Queen, 106N. 315 is the entry for GW Murray, Redu SCK Rita, 12N. 435 is the entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux, 308N. 429 is Owen Wilms with Wilbar Mayflower, 115N. 336, the entry for Carson Van Sickle, HF Pride Lady, 76N. The first split of 3 splits of senior division yearling heifers.
Well, I tell you, we got a real impressive class of senior yearlings out here. These kids are doing a tremendous job. For us, this young man's black heifer just covers the basics in terms of soundness and maternal function best for us. I mean, she is a mile long, really sound when she gets out and moved. Like how smooth she is in terms of her joint work. She's pretty skulled, she's big bodied, and she holds herself together really well when she gets going. That's a nice heifer. Congratulations to you, young man. You know, a really impressive heifer coming in next. One that's got a great look up front. She's ultra high tying and alert and in her presence. One that's wide based and big bodied and stout. This is one we got to freshen up just a nickel for us today. I think she'd handle herself a little bit better around the ring. She's just a touch fresher, but that's a nice heifer to stand in second. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one we find just very practical. This is a sound footed, big bodied heifer, one that still travels with some comfort. Is she a notch plainer than ideal? Absolutely. You'd like to tidy her up a little bit in terms of her chest, tuck her down in her tail head, and that's where that heifer in fourth holds the advantage. This is one that's good at the ground. Really like the angle of that one's hip and hind leg. She's soft enough sided, but again, we'd like to strengthen that one up in a little bit in terms of her top, tidy her up a little bit in terms of her chest floor, but that's a real nice heifer for that young man. Our young lady's red heifer coming in next is one that's really impressive from a power standpoint. I mean, wide-based, big-bodied, stout-ended kind of a female, one with a tremendous amount of true capacity in terms of her rib cage, one that just gets a little bit more compact in terms of her kind, a little bit plainer, a little bit coarser out of her shoulder, but that's a power cow that's going to do a heck of a job putting bulls in the sale pen. Our young man's red heifer rounding us off is one that's really practical and practical in terms of her design. She's long-sided, she's easy moving, just gets a little bit plainer and a little bit flatter compared to those heifers ahead of her. Really impressive set of bred heifers. Congratulations.
In this first split of owned yearling heifers, first place goes to 315 GW Murray with Redu SCK Rita 12N. Second in class was Casey Adams with Tehran Queen 106N. Third, Carson Van Sickle. Fourth in class, Owen Wilms. Fifth, Kylie Wilms. Sixth in class, Sully Jenkins. Moving to the second of three splits of senior yearling heifers. 311, the entry for Wyatt Saylor, Red Rich Firefly 67N. 313, the entry for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red JJL Fanny 520N. 407 is the entry for Abby Rancier, RF Beauty 5120. 437, the entry for Winton Brandel, BCC Lynn 576. 324 is the entry for Cordell Morrison, Brooking Rose 5077. 406, an entry for Lee Sholigan, KT Countess 5106. The second of three splits of senior division yearling heifers.
I stayed up all night weeping, watching the moonlight shine through my window. I wonder where all of the time went since I found myself far from home. Years have gone by since I felt you. I spent my whole life dreaming that I would turn into a waterfall, pouring into only what will heal me. But I've never really loved myself at all. The great divide between you and I has never felt so wide. And I pray with all my might that you would one day see the light and come back to make it right. The great divide between you and I has never felt so wide. And I pray with all my might that you would one day see the light and come back to make it right. Make it right. Make it right.
I try like a fool and I try again, crying like a baby left out in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. When I come back to life, I'll holler, why again? Seems we've been living like two monkeys in a cage, throwing worse than insults, living in I try like a fool, then I try again. Crying like a baby, left down in the wind. You lie just like a dog, it's when I die again. When I come back to life, I'll holler, why again?
Again, a really impressive class of senior yearlings out here, and I think there's a lot of different ways you can go wherever you decide to land your priorities. This will dictate where you sort them. For us, this power heifer here that goes ahead and wins this class. I mean, her ability to combine that much stoutness and substance and true capacity in a still athletic package. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of volume. She's still comfortable when she gets out and moves, all while having a set of beautiful teats underneath her. That heifer's got a bright future in the donor cow pen. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one you really like when she's parked. I mean, this is a big-bodied, stout-ended heifer that gives you a real good look. She's got a really nice angle to that hip and hind leg. Just gets a little bit shorter up front. I'd like to stretch her out a little bit there ahead of her shoulder and tidy her up just a nickel in terms of her chest. But that's a really nice heifer that's going to do a great job for that young man. Our heifer coming in third is one that's got a tremendous amount of good to her in certain pieces. I love the foot size and shape on this heifer. Really like the design of this one's hind leg. She gets out and travels comfortably. One that's really neat in terms of her extra feature. Would like to tidy this one up a little bit there in behind her shoulder, make her a little bit more true in terms of her rib cage, make her a little stronger there right on top, but a really neat heifer that's going to be a lot of fun to breed. Our heifer coming in next is one that hits you really hard when she's parked. She cuts a beautiful silhouette. She's big-bodied. She's long and level in her design. She gives you a beautiful look up front. She's level out through her hooks and her pins. This is one that's just a touch too heavy condition for us today. When she gets moving, she pulls up in her spine and ducks down in her pins just a nickel. But again, that heifer's got a beautiful set of teats underneath her. She's big-bodied, got a beautiful head. Going to make a heck of make some waves down the road in the cow pen for sure. Really nice heifer. Our young lady's red heifer coming in next is one that's really neat in terms of the way she's put together. She's good-footed. She's good in the angle of her shoulder. She's bold-bodied. She's stout enough. This is one that's just really practical in her design with a little extra power and substance. She gets a little bit closed up at the ground, like to make her a little bit wider in terms of her base width, make her a notch more bolder in terms of her heart and forerib, but a really nice heifer for that young lady. Our young man rounding us off has got a really practical heifer, one with some length and some comfort of ease. Just one we'd like to bulk up, make a little showier, make her a little bit bolder and a little bit stouter for her to go any higher. The young man's doing a great job. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
In this second split, first place goes to Cordell Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. Second in class, Winton Brandel with BCC Lynn 576. We'll see those two back in our senior division drive. Third was Lee Scholdigan. Fourth, Abby Rancier. Fifth, Ainsley Van Sickle. And sixth in class, Wyatt Saylor. Moving to the third and final split of our senior division yearlings. 339 is Peyton Hagel with HF Evening Tinge 16N. 304, entry for Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Uanda 5045. 319, the entry for Riley Kamala, IRCC AHR Rose 508N. 412, the entry for Garrick Lutz, Belvin Georgina 12825. 421 is Sawyer Pole with PLC Tinge 65N. 340, the entry for Dallas Sailor, PLC Ladybait 780N. The third and final split of senior division yearling heifers. So Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, at the completion of this class, we'll move into the champion senior yearling heifer drive. After we've declared our senior yearling heifer champions, we've made the decision that we're moving the show inside in the big barn, because it looks like that system is coming our way and it could get wet. So following the declaration of our senior yearling champion, the next class, following the one that's in the ring, we will be moving the show indoors to the big barn.
Again, a really nice set of senior bred heifers out here. Our young man in the cowboy hat's going to go ahead and win this class. Again, this heifer's really, really unique in the way she can combine style and substance in a smooth and elegant package. I mean, she's bold-bodied, stout-ended, and travels really, really well. She gives you a killer look off the side. That's a really nice heifer. Congratulations to you, young man. You know, a really unique heifer coming in second, one with a shot more foot and bone, a little more stoutness out through that hip. Really like this one's rib cage, just a little bit quicker and a little bit shorter in terms of her maturity pattern. Like to just stretch that one out a nickel, but a really neat heifer, going to do a great job for that young man down the road. Our young man coming in next with the little slicker haired heifer, he's got one that's really practical, one that's correct in the design of her shoulder, love the length of spine, and she's able to hold herself together quite comfortably when she's set out in motion. Really nice heifer, one that you just like to add a shot more bone, a little more look to for her to go any higher. Our young lady's heifer coming in next is one you really like in terms of her extra body. She's long, she's deep, she's level out through her hip. This one we just got to freshen up a nickel, tidy her up in terms of her chest floor and make her just a little more comfortable when she's set out in motion for her to go any higher. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one that's very correct in the way she's put together, like the angle of her shoulder, like the added length of spine. She's comfortable in the design of her hip and hind leg. One that just gets a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle pattern, a little bit more closed up at the ground, but a really nice heifer for that young man. Our young lady rounding us off has a heifer that patterns that one ahead of her just the same. One that's just a notch more moderate in terms of her frame size, but a really nice set of heifers. Congratulations to these young exhibitors.
In this third and final split, a senior division yearling heifers, first place was 304, Kiefer Morrison with Brooking Uwanda, 50-45. Second in class was Riley Kamala with IRCC AHF Rose 508N. Third in class was Garrick Lutz. Fourth in class, Peyton Hagel. Fifth in class, Sawyer Pohl. Sixth was Dallas Saylor. That brings us to our senior champion heifer drive. From split one, first place there was Tavy Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Donna 530N. Second, that was the intermediates. In our senior division, from split one, first place, G.W. Murray with Redu SCK Rita 12N. Second in that split, Casey Adams with Heron Queen 106N. From split two, first place there, Cordell Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. Second in that class was Winton Brandel with BCC Lynn 576. From split three, first place was Kiefer Morrison with Brooking Uwanda 5045. Second in that split, Riley Kamala with IRCC AHF Rose 508N. Your champion, senior yearling heifer drive. Following this class, once again, we'll be moving indoors.
Well, these kids have sure brought us an outstanding set of heifers here in this senior yearling division. I think there's lots of different ways you can go, and I wouldn't argue with you. I'd love to hear it. For us, there's a pair of heifers that fit the bill in terms of making cows down the road and having a little extra look to them. With that being said, Mackenzie will get you a champion, reserve champion, senior yearling.
Grand champion senior yearling, entry 304 for Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Uwanda, 50-45. Your reserve senior yearling, coming from split 1, GW Murray with Redu SCK Rita 12N, goes reserve. We'll see them two back in our champion drive inside the big barn. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was an awful smooth move. Thanks for all the assistance. Everybody doing a tremendous job. I think we can carry on in here with confidence. So we move now. We're in our owned show, and we will move into Class 28. The first split of two splits of owned 2-year-old cows with their natural calf at side. In split 1, they're led in with entry 402 for Joss Pittman, DMM Leah 176M, and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. 313 is the entry for Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chief Ayat 4209M, and calf Red River Rock Gretzky 699P at side. 416 is the entry for Logan Brook, Red Shiloh Mimi 90M, and calf Red Brook Mimi 12P at side. The first of two splits of owned 2-year-old pairs.
Well, it's good to be sorting through some pairs. I tell you what, there's some awfully. It takes a lot of hard work at home to get them to this point, and these kids are doing a fantastic job. We're going to leave them placed as they are. This black cow will be our first place, in the middle will be second, and at the back end here will be third. But talking about this black cow here, I mean, this is the epitome of the Angus breed. This is what it's all about. You know, kind of female that's built right from the ground up, so correct in terms of her angles, really good in her body, beautiful udder, beautiful skull, and just in a rock star cow with a really, really sweet heifer calf standing in front of her that looks to be the mirror image of that mama, right, and look just like her down the road. That's a heck of a pair to go ahead and win. Really nice red cow coming in second, one that's long and level in her design, tidy uddered, doing a heck of a job on this February bull calf. He's got some stretch, he's got some masculinity, he's good at the ground, he's correct in terms of his testicular development. Really nice pair to stand in second. Our young man's pair here, these cowboys are doing a fantastic job on this hard-working red cow, doing a really good job on this young heifer calf. She's got some length, she's got some stretch, just a little bit behind in terms of show readiness compared to these pairs ahead of her. But what a great set of pairs. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And the thunder rolls. I think that was good timing, ladies and gentlemen. So in that first split of 2-year-old pairs, first place goes to Josh Pittman with DMM Leah 176M, calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Second in class to Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chiefette 4209M and calf Red River Rock Gretzky 699P at side. Third in class was the entry from Logan Brook. We now move to our second and final split of 2-year-old owned pairs with natural calf at side. They're led in by entry 312 for Sydney Van Sickle with Red River Rock Marigold 484M and calf Red River Rock Marigold 694P at side. Followed by entry 426 for Casey Adams. Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jaybird 77P at side.
Go back to where I've been before. Living hungry, broken, cold, but life's an open road. Gonna go out with my foot down on the floor. That's why I never look back in my rearview mirror. Nothing there but more of the same. No, I never look back in my rearview mirror. Never step for when I'm changing lanes. Or when you've been in trouble and you don't know where to go, to stand up tall and haul your heavy load. Honey, you and I can find a windy road less traveled and leave behind this wicked world of woe. That's why I never look back in my rearview mirror. Nothing there but more of the same. No, I never look back in my rearview mirror. Never step for when I'm changing lanes. No, I never look back in my rearview mirror. Nothing there but changing lane. I said never sit for when I'm changing lane. Oh, Lord.
Well, Mama picked the berries and she put it in the wine. You know everybody gonna have a real good time. We all gonna bet.
We got a really nice set of 2-year-olds and these two black pairs. There's a lot of give and take, and I think you could flip them either way. This bull calf on this first cow has done a real nice job. You know, he's big-footed, big bone, stout-ended. He's smooth maned. He's got a nice character to his front end. Really nice future in front of him. And this cow is just big-bodied and really good in terms of her lines. I like the design of this one's hip and hind leg, tidy uddered, really nice cow doing a heck of a job. Really good pair to go ahead and win. And this cow standing here in second with the Freeze brand. This is the kind of cow you'd take as many as you can graze. I mean, awesome footed, perfect udder underneath her, a mile long and level in her design. Really good in terms of her body, really just proportionate in the way she's put together. She is just a touch more moderate than that cow ahead of her, and this bull calf's got enough stretch to him and enough gas in the tank. Just not quite as mature or as impressive as that calf on that cow that goes ahead and beats her. Really impressive pair with a bright future down the road. Get into a red cow coming in next, one that's a mile long, soft-sided, and easy doing, just the kind of cow that really goes out and performs. That's obvious with that heifer calf that's standing out there in front of her. She's a spitting image of Mama. She's a mile long, she's easy doing, she's sound. Just a pair of cattle we'd like to add a shot more look to compete with those two pairs ahead of them. Really impressive class of 2-year-old pairs. Congratulations.
In split 2 of our 2-year-olds, bred and owned, first place to Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M, calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. Second in class was Winton Brandel with BCC Miss Burgess 426 and BCC Hemisphere 619 at side. Third in class was Sydney Van Sickle. We'll now bring back our top 2 pairs from each of the 2 splits for our overall champion-owned 2-year-old pair. From split 1, first place there was 402, the entry for Josh Pittman, DMM Leah 176M, and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Second in that split was Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chief Ayat 4209M, and calf Red River Rock Gretzky 699P at side. From split 2, first place was Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M, calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. Second in that split, entry 437 for Winton Brandel, BCC Miss Burgess 426, and calf BCC Hemisphere 619 at side. Your overall champion 2-year-old pair drive.
10,000 miles of pavement, trying to make it all make sense. I've been underslept, overworked, overstretched. I'm exhausted, but I got you. I've had friends that have thrown me aside like a burned out cigarette, and times that I've taken it all but then lost it. I've been misunderstood, tasted the bad with the good, but I still got you.
You know, it takes a lot of time and man hours and a lot of things to fall in the right direction to get these pairs out to town at this stage in the game. You're a long way from getting here, and these kids have just done a tremendous job. You know, showing pairs is something that I hold near and dear to my heart. All these kids are really just have done an outstanding job all day, and it's really impressive to see these pairs out here. With that being said, there's certain ways you can go with them. There's a couple that we really like, and Mackenzie will get you a champion and reserve champion 2-year-old.
Love is a mystery. Oh, but we found it, and I kinda like the way I can explain it.
Your champion 2-year-old pair out of split 1, Josh Pittman with DMM Leah 176M and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Reserve champion 2-year-old comes from split 2, goes to Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. We'll see them back in our champion drive following the mature class. We now welcome in Class 30, the own division mature cow with natural calf at side class. 417 is the entry for Paisley Robertson with Brooking Rose 3030, calf Riverfront Rose 601P at side. Followed by 436, the entry for Lexi Dietrich, Red Redrich Maggie 70H, and calf Red Redrich Maggie 169P at side. Rounding out the class, 316, the entry for Sage Snyder, Goodview Black Bonnie 54J, and calf NLF Black Bonnie 601P at side. Your mature pair class.
Of any proof that I cannot outburn. Dark, dark, darker. Started at the bottom, now I'm underwater. Cause there ain't no rest, try and catch your breath. Cause you ain't seen nothing yet. There ain't no problem big enough that I can't make it worse. Ain't no whiskey of any proof that I cannot outburn. You can say, hey, go to hell, but it done had its turn. Any place, anywhere out there that's been cursed, I've been there first.
really impressive mature cow class out here, and I think you can flip them around in a lot of different ways, but for us, we like them as they come. This black cow just really paints a good picture from the side. She's really elegant and smooth up front. Got a beautiful skull on her. She's big bodied. She utilizes her hip and hind leg quite well, hits the ground really good, tidy uddered with a rock star heifer calf there in front of her. That's a really good pair to go ahead and win. We get into an absolute powerhouse here in this red 6-year-old cow, doing a heck of a job on that heifer calf. A ton of extra foot and bone, a little extra muscle to them while still having a very high quality look from the side. Very tidy uddered, beautiful calf. Ones that are just maybe a notch plainer in terms of their head and their neck compared to that pair in front of them. But that's a performance pair that's really high quality in their own right. Get into a little bit of an older cow here that's really high end in her own right. She's a mile long. She's stout. She's doing a whale of a job on this heifer calf. Really tidy uddered. Just a little bit plainer in her design, but a really high end set of mature pairs here. Congratulations.
The champion mature pair goes to Paisley Robertson with Brooking Rose 30-30 and Calf Riverfront Rose 601P at side. Reserve champion mature pair to Lexi Dietrich with Red Rich Maggie 70H and her calf Red Rich Maggie 169P at side. Third in class was Sage Snyder. That brings us to our owned championship drive. We welcome in the own champion drive. First off, our champion heifer calf for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass 622P. The reserve champion owned heifer calf for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica 186P. In the yearling heifer division, our champion there was entry 330 for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty 5215. Reserve champion owned yearling to Luke Ulmer with New View Miss Vale Bar 549N. In the junior, that was the junior division. In the intermediate division, our champion intermediate heifer went to Tavy Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Donna 530N. Reserve intermediate yearling was Callan Gartner with Diamond T Bardolia 2598. In the senior division, our champion senior yearling, 304, exhibited by Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Uanda, 5045. Reserve senior yearling, 315, exhibited by G.W. Murray, Redu SCK Rita, 12N. And in the 2-year-old division, our champion 2-year-old was Josh Pittman with DMM Leah 176M and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Reserve 2-year-old pair, Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird 64M, calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. In the mature division, our champion there was 417 for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose 30-30, calf Riverfront Rose 601P at side. Reserve mature pair went to Lexi Dietrich with Red Rich Maggie 70H, calf Red Rich Maggie 169P at side. The grand champion owned female drive.
road I ride. Gonna be blue with or without you by my side. And I can't be your trail guide. This is where the path divides. Lord, my papa used to tell me, don't go wasting youth, but for richer or for poorer, I did learn he knew the truth. Honey, I'm gonna leave you. What else can I do? Honey, I'm gonna leave you. What else, honey, can I do?
We were both 17 when we met on the Carolina shore. My heart was on the floor. It was burning like a July heat. The way you made me feel when we kissed that night on the beach. Swore we were meant to be. But you went back home to Bama with my heart on your sleeve. We were living in a country song, playing George Strait all night long. Bama tea with no makeup on. Yeah, we took the long way home. Fell in love with a southern girl on the tailgate of my southern world. Nothing left, we left it all. The summer turned into fall. We were living in a country song.
Well, what a set of heifers we've had out here in this show. These kids have just been tremendous to work with, and they're doing an amazing job. But I tell you what, let's give these kids standing here in this ring a big round of applause. It's no easy feat getting these cattle to this level and presenting them as highly and presented as these kids are doing. It's a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of early mornings, and a lot of elbow grease goes into this. And really, really impressed with the job all you kids are doing. This has been an absolute blast for us. With that being said, Mackenzie's going to get you a Grand and Reserve champion.
The grand champion owned female is none other than the 2-year-old pair from Josh Pittman, DMM Leah 176M and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Your grand champion owned female. The reserve grand champion female is your champion senior yearling for Kiefer Morrison. Brooking Uwanda 50-45 goes owned reserve grand champion female.
trying to make it right. I've staked my claim and it's my name on your lips. That's all I need when we abandon ship. They'll call us crazy, diving into the night. But sometimes two wrongs make an unhinged right. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch your sins. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're home. Ain't going back to tiptoeing every line. Don't need no apron, take off your suit and tie. We need the wild and free, no waving white flags. 'Cause if they're gonna catch us, they will never take us alive. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch your sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're home. We're home. We're home. We're home. The ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together, sink or swim. With the ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. Too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch your sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're baby, we're home.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to move on into the bred and owned division. And Class 31, the bred and owned heifer calves. 410, the entry for Heidi Pass. Red H Pass Royal Rosie, 71p. 416, the entry for Logan Brook. Red Brook Mimi, 12p. 436, the entry for Lexi Dietrich. Red Rich Maggie, 164p. 417, the entry for Paisley Robertson. Riverfront Rose, 601p. The bred and owned heifer calf class.
We have 4 real nice heifer calves out here in this class, and our young lady's black heifer, we feel is kind of the total package. I mean, she's a mile long, she's good looking, she's stout, and she's sound. That's a really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. A red heifer coming in next, a really unique heifer. She's a mile long, she's big outline, got a ton of length and stretch to her, like the extra substance. Just gets a little bit narrow, a little bit flatter in comparison to that heifer that wins, but that's knocking awfully hard on a really good heifer to go ahead and stand second. Our heifer coming in third is one that's got a bright future ahead of her. She's fresh. She's appropriate in her frame for her birth date. This is one that's got a really nice look up front. She's good bodied, just a little bit further behind in terms of her maturity pattern because those heifers ahead of her. Our young heifer rounding off the class is one that's stout and big-footed, just a little bit plainer in terms of her design as those heifers ahead of her. Really nice class. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
The bred and owned heifer calf class, your champion bred and owned heifer calf, Paisley Robertson with Riverfront Rose 601P. Reserve champion bred and owned heifer calf, Lexi Dietrich with Red Rich Maggie 169P. Third in class, Heidi Pass. Fourth in class, Logan Brook. It brings us to class 32, the bred and owned bull calves. 313 is an entry for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red River Rock Gretzky, 699P. 426, the entry from Casey Adams, Terron Jailbird, 77P. The bred and owned bull calves.
Something about it made my heart beat slow. Just like a Sunday on a gravel road, I don't know.
Just a pair of bull calves out here, and this young lady's black bull does a lot of things good. He's really gives a nice look of balance from the side. He's appropriate in terms of his maturity pattern. He's got a man enough head about him. He's good footed. There's some ruggedness to him and some durability. That's a nice bull calf to go ahead and win the class. If you like him big and stout, this calf coming in next is right up your alley. He's got some stretch to him. He's got a proud masculine carriage up front, one that just a little bit tighter in terms of his heart, a little bit frailer about his bone work, but a really nice bull for that young lady. Congratulations.
The champion bred and owned bull calf goes to Casey Adams with Terron Jailbird, 77P. Reserve bred and owned bull calf, Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Gretzky, 699P. Class 33, our bred and owned yearling heifers. 401, the entry for Nevada Murray Christina, 76N. 326 is the entry for Myra Murray Georgina, 32N. 336, an entry for Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock Sedona, 510N. 325 is the entry for Bristol Sailor, Barhart Ruby, 904N. Your bred and owned yearling heifers.
shift cutie at the truck stop knows my name. Threw the candle in the midnight oil and lit up the honky-tonk highway. I see the sun come up, cause I ain't in bed. Gonna have my name cut into a stone when I lay my head. No rest for the wicked, at least for a few hundred miles. I'm running wild, ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones, don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild, I'm running wild. Always been a runner, never been one settling down. Spent my life in the backwoods looking for ways out of a one-horse town. I found a six-string ticket and jumped that westbound train. Now I only slow down long enough to stand up on that stage. Cloud nine is a cloud of dust for the next 1,000 miles. I'm running wild, ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. But I got bad down to my bones, don't know where I'm gonna go, oh sweet child. I'm running wild, yeah, I'm running wild. Mama, I'm running wild, yeah, I'm running wild. I'm running with the devil, rolling down the road, riding on the storm, living like I'm dying slow. Headlights in the fast lane is my home away from home. If there's light after this tunnel, I'm gonna be the first to know. No slowing down, no looking back, no staying for a while. I'm pedaled down and right on track, I'm ready for this ride. I'm running wild, ride the lightning, run on empty in the ring of fire. Rolling like the Mississippi, oh mama tried. And I got bad down to my bones.
Well, there's a bit of discussion had on this front pair of heifers. Two awfully good ones we like a whole lot. You know, for us, this heifer that goes ahead and wins, we love the natural volume and capacity she has. She's so comfortable and smooth when she's set out in motion. Really like the angle to her hip and her hind leg. Really like the angle of her shoulder. Now, she is a little bit plainer about her head and into her chest, and that's where that striking heifer in second kind of takes the lead. She is beautiful sculled. In fact, I don't think you can make one much nicer headed or prettier jawed, and really smooth and pretty about that front end design. Love the length and levelness that one has when she's parked. She's fresh. She's got a beautiful foot underneath her. Just gets a little bit more restricted when she gets set in motion. One that's just a little bit tighter moving compared to that heifer in front of her. But man, that's an awfully good pair of heifers at the front end of this class. Now getting into this red heifer, she's no slouch. This young man's doing a fantastic job. Really big bodied, soft sided, good looking kind of a female. One that's really sound in the way she goes. Would just like to tuck her in terms of her tail head and tidy her up just a nickel in terms of her chest. But that heifer's going to make a heck of a cow for that young man down the road. Congratulations. Our young lady in the purple shirt has got a really nice heifer rounding off the class. This is one with a tremendous amount of length and is really practical in the way she's put together. Not quite as showy up front. I'd like to make her just a little bit prettier about her head and her neck for her to go any higher. But this young lady's doing a fantastic job. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Bred and owned champion yearling heifer Myra Murray with Murray Georgina 32N. Reserve champion bred and owned yearling Nevada Murray with Murray Christina 76N. Third in class was Carson Van Sickle, fourth Bristol Sailor. Brings us to class 34, the bred and owned 2-year-old with natural calf at side. Single entry, 410 for Heidi Pass with Red Pass Rosalie 71M and Red H Pass Royal Roisey 71P at side. The bred and owned 2-year-old pair.
just a single entry here in the Bred and Owned Pair Show, and I tell you what, this red cow could stand some competition. I mean, a low input, big-bodied, good-looking cow that's really nice uddered, really good at the ground, fault-free kind of a female, doing a really nice job on her calf. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Congratulations.
The champion bred and owned 2-year-old pair, Heidi Pass with Red Pass Rosalie 71M and calf Red H Pass Royal Rosie 71P at side. That brings us to our champion bred and owned drive. Well, welcome back our champion bred and owned heifer calf 417, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront Rose 601P. Reserve champion bred and owned heifer calf 436 for Lexi Dietrich, Red Rich Maggie 169P. In the bull division, our champion bred and owned bull calf Casey Adams with Terron Jailbird 77P. Reserve bred and owned bull calf entry 313 for Aisley Van Sickle, Red River Rock Gretzky 699P. Our champion bred and owned yearling 326, the entry for Myra Murray Georgina 32N. Reserve champion bred and owned yearling heifer 401, the entry for Nevada Murray Christina 76N. And from our bred and owned class, our champion 2-year-old pair in the bred and owned, entry 410 for Heidi Pass, Red Pass Rosalie 71M, and Red H Pass Royal Rosie 71P. Your bred and owned Grand Champion female drive.
Well, these kids have brought us a really nice set of bred and owned cattle into the barn today. Sent a lot of nice ones back, but these ones standing out here in front of us are awfully high quality and would have stood at the front end of all those classes earlier today. Really impressive set of cattle. This has been a lot of fun for us. I think there's lots of different ways you can go, and I wouldn't argue with you, but for us, there's a couple that we like real well. With that being said, Mackenzie's going to get you a champion and reserve champion bred and owned.
The grand champion bred and owned female, the yearling heifer entry for Myra Murray Georgina 32N. Your bred and owned grand champion female. And the reserve grand champion bred and owned female, the yearling heifer for Nevada Murray Christina 76N. We'll see them back in the Supreme Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome in the Supreme Champion Drive from our own division, the Grand Champion owned female, the 2-year-old pair for Josh Pittman, DMM Leah 176M, calf DMM Leah 115P at side. The Reserve Grand Champion owned female, the yearling heifer entry for Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Uwanda 5045. And from the bred and owned division, our Grand Champion bred and owned female, the yearling heifer from Myra Murray, Murray Georgina 32N. Reserve Grand Champion bred and owned female, the yearling heifer from Nevada Murray, Murray Christina 76N. Ladies and gentlemen, our Supreme Champion Female Drive. So in this Supreme Drive, we will determine the Supreme Champion female. Buckle sponsored by Belvin Angus. A flush voucher sponsored by Davis Raridan. And the Reserve Grand Champion Supreme female receives a buckle from Cudlow Banglass and a flush voucher from Sundown Transplants. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to some of our AJ board here, and they have some presentations.
Okay, so at this time we'll be announcing the winners of some pretty prestigious awards. So we're going to start off with the Hustle of the Herd. And I'm proud to say that this award has been won by Keely Adams, but unfortunately she wasn't here because she's working today. But a bit about Keely. At Terron Farms near Forestburg, Keely Adams works alongside her family at their ranch, proving early on that true hustle happens through working with her family's red and black Angus herd, which taught her a relentless work ethic that earned her the title of the Canadian Junior Angus Ambassador. That same determination followed her to the University of Alberta, where she earned a Bachelor's of Science and entered the Doctor of Pharmacy program. Her determination, hustle, and amazing work ethic has took her very far. And we're excited to see where Keely's journey leads her. So everyone put their hands together for Keely Adams.
Next, we have our honorary guest award. It is a tremendous honor to celebrate Tracy Dietrich of Redrick Farms as the 2026 Alberta Junior Angus honorary guest. A little bit about Tracy is in every sense of the word a volunteer extraordinaire. She's the kind of person who always asks, "What can I do to help?" Her willingness to roll up her sleeves, get to work, lead terms, and give generously amounts of her time has made a lasting difference to countless young people and families involved in our cattle fraternity. At the heart of Tracy's service is an unwavering belief in rural youth development as she currently serves in a leadership role with 4-H Alberta. She understands that investing in young people is investing in the future of agriculture and our communities. Whether supporting a junior, encouraging a young family, helping at an event, or simply being there when someone needs a hand, Tracy has consistently demonstrated that mentorship and encouragement can do and does have an extraordinary impact. Should I? Together with her husband, Bill, Tracy has helped build a successful farm operation and, more importantly, a family legacy rooted in hard work, perseverance, quality cattle, and giving back. Tracy is truly the matriarch of remarkable and growing families, and the values she and Bill have established are evident in their next generation. Their family is not simply a business. It is a place where family, friendship, and mentorship and community come together. Tracy, thank you for everything you have given to our industry, and most specifically to our young Angus breeders. Thank you for being the person who always seems willing to help, the person who gets the job done, and the person who makes those around her better. Can we all give a big congratulations to Tracy Dietrich?
Can Tracy, if she's here, come up here? We have something for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pride that I introduce to you the criteria for the Progressive Young Breeder Award in memory of our friend Kurt Peterson. I think we all know Kurt Peterson had a huge passion for the cattle industry, and a big portion of that passion was derived from watching juniors progress and going from peewees to seniors and then on to the young adults in the industry paving their own way. When he would see individuals taking initiative and thinking outside the box, he always had a smile on his face and a positive comment to share with everyone. We as the Northern Alberta Angus Board wanted to continue that legacy that he has left and present a junior member with the Progressive Young Breeder Award every year at the Alberta Junior Angus Show in his memory. The winner of this award is someone who has a desire to keep learning and finding new ways to be innovative within the cattle industry. They are investing time in either their own herd, their family's operation, and taking pride in what they have achieved and want to keep striving to meet new goals. They are enthusiastic, truly enjoy most or all aspects of raising and selling seed stock. They have a strong presence when they compete in judging, and they have very thought out and considerate comments to make. This individual will be involved in many different aspects of the cattle industry and doesn't mind taking on executive or leadership type roles. This individual is often seen lending a hand or helping others when possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Northern Angus Club and the Peterson family, it gives me great pleasure this year to call up Randy McGowan to present the buckle to Sawyer Pole. Congratulations, Sawyer. You're very worthy of that prestigious award. And ladies and gentlemen, now we get back to our Supreme Championship. And I think before we declare those champions, let's put our hands together and thank Garrick, Liebrecht, and Mackenzie Paget.
Well, what an honor it is to be standing in this ring today. I'm sorry you guys didn't hear from me very much. I said to Garrett, it kind of feels like nostalgia competing in show team judging in the grass ring, like, okay, my class is done. But we're here all day, and what an incredible set of cattle that you guys have brought out. We've sent some really great ones back to the barn. The ones that we've selected, we feel really strongly about. They're feminine, they're fresh in their condition, they have some power and some extra look, and they're all animals that we would really enjoy bringing home with us. We've really enjoyed our time. You guys are a fantastic, fantastic group. Bashaw is the best place on earth, and I couldn't think of a better way to spend summers growing up when we were younger. I hope you guys really cherish the moments and the memories that you guys have made here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your week heading into Albury's, and for the folks that are headed home, I hope you have safe travels. Kids, thank your competitors, thank your parents, thank your grandparents. Thank your siblings. Those guys help out a heck of a lot more than we sometimes realize. Really good job today, you guys. You should all be very, very proud of yourselves. This is a tough, tough competition. And with that, Garrett will select our Grand and Reserve Supreme. Congratulations.
Grand champion female, the bred and owned yearling heifer for Myra Murray Georgina 32N. And the reserve supreme champion female from the bred and owned division, the yearling heifer from Nevada Murray Christina 76N. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a tremendous set of cattle. But even more importantly, what a tremendous set of Angus Juniors at this 50th annual Alberta Junior Angus Show. Thank you for all attending. And I believe we'll be moving, are we moving indoors to do the rest of the awards, or we'll be moving indoors to the kitchen area to complete the rest of our awards? But thanks for all attending. The silent auction is still in there, and it will be closing shortly. So if you're watching any of the silent auction items, make sure you get in there and do some bidding. The funds go, of course, all to the Alberta Junior Angus Show and supporting this show. So thank you in advance for your great support of the silent auction. I'm told 4:30 inside. We'll start the awards, ladies and gentlemen, at 4:30 inside. And if we could please ask for some assistance. Anyone that's in the barn that isn't busy, all these white poles here need to be taken out this back door right around the corner and put in the trailer there. I believe you can just coil, if someone could just coil the rope up, but all the black poles need to go out the back door over here to the trailer.